trauma. I'm more like what I'm becoming. It's more like we overcoming. Painting a picture so lovely. I'm using all of the colors. Get hide away from the darkness. Digging up what's undercover. Do you know I see it clearly? All of these struggles, I swear I dispel it. All of this strife, I swear I repel it. All of this poverty, I swear I inherit it. All of this violence, yeah, we repair this. Are we prepared for the rise of an empire? And are we prepared for the fall of a system? Everything we know was a lie. Patch myself up from the root to the crown. In the effort to preserve my bloodline, I would do anything for my soul tribe. Write this shit down on a scribe, inscribing all of the light that I've been manifesting. And now I'm tired of waiting. All this time we wasted, all these sacrifices. Put it down in writing, more than qualified to achieve all I desire. My words the candle, light up the fire. I'm on my way. Nothing can stop me. I'm on my way. Nothing can block me. Open the way so I can rise through. Open the gates so I can rise through. I'm on my way. Now I'm tired of waiting. All this time we wasted, all these sacrifices. Put it down in writing. My words the candle, light up the fire.
I took a hit for the team, took a bullet for the dream, that we would one day all be free, free from prejudice, free from sexism, free from bigotry. I die for creativity, yeah. I die for freedom to be free. I died and left a legacy. Oh, but baby, I still live through technology. The sun will start shining. What is the pain? And tears of pain. And tears of pain. And that's just justification. Your destiny will manifest. Yes,
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Hopefully you can hear me clearly. I have my fan on in the background because, baby, it's a little chilly outside and I like the chilly feeling, okay? I'm not ready for summer yet. I'm kind of enjoying like the lukewarm weather of spring, all right? And I might sound a little nasally, but that's because, again, with spring, here comes the allergies and all that shit, okay? Listen, I was definitely not ready, okay? Or what's up, Aries? What's going on? What's going on? Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I was not prepared. I didn't have this in preparation, okay, to speak about, once again, one of our fellow neighbors, okay, in the neighborhood of the YouTube community, girl, who's just that one neighbor girl who's just stuck in their ways and are afraid of this new world that we're being ushered into. To where now all of these fear narratives are coming about that people cannot explain or cannot verify factually. Or maybe it's just the fact that there are different alternate angles being given here and it's a lot for people to digest. But I think the reason why we're being called to a higher consciousness, okay, pun intended as well, being called to something higher is because we have to do something different. The reason why we keep having the same goddamn conversations is because everybody's going to have to do something different in the way that we approach certain situations. I have done some commentary on Lance Scurv and other individuals who have the same fear-based ideology, okay, on my platform to bring forth awareness and context and nuance because y'all don't have all the answers. And that there are other intersections of blackness that also have their puzzle pieces to the answer that need to come into the equation, into the conversation, and treat it as an equal. Now, I'm not going to hold you. I had listened to this particular live by Lance, okay, as I was having my, I'm a pothead, I don't give a damn. I'm gonna smoke weed till I die. I don't give a fuck. It's a bunch of motherfuckers right now who are dead and gone that smoked weed, bitch. And y'all be saying they quotes and shit all the damn time. And since we're talking about Mother Nature, she's from Mother Earth. So I do appreciate Mother Nature, especially in that way. Thank you. But I normally go sit outside every day to be in nature because one thing that I do agree with, I ain't gonna say one thing because let me just be honest. When it comes down to Lance Scurv commentary about blackness, for the most part, he be right. And I stand with him on that. But whenever he starts to have conversations about queerness and the way that he explains it and expresses it, there's nothing factual there. There's not a consistent timeline to establish what he is speaking about. And the fears that he's talking about, where are they at manifested in the world at large for such an alarm? He cannot express that. And then what happens is that ignorant fear-based ideology and perspective that affects people on the ground level like myself. I have a privilege as a queer man to have more of a masculine appearance and more of a masculine energy. I'm starting to balance and include my feminine energy and not discriminate against it. But even with me, with my more masculine appearance, I have more privilege than a feminine gay man. But that person is still a fucking man. That person is still a human being worthy of respect. And then you have these people spewing hatred literally out their mouths, things that have been taught to them. And it affects the queer children growing up in the world, just like I was a queer child growing up into the world, and me explaining what happened to me. So there has to be a change if we're talking about community. Now, for the individuals who are doing things that are bad, the individuals that are out here trying to really destroy the community, okay, then let's hold those people accountable. But what we're not going to do is sit up here, okay, and then give a broad generalized stroke, okay, across a group of people because it's easier for you. We're going to hear in this live how Lance says, oh, you know, if we had the ability to pause time and get in everybody's business, it still won't be enough time. Okay. I mean, that's why you still should be a good person, because the bad people are going to reveal themselves. It doesn't mean you stop being good to people. But then have the nerve to sit up here and turn around and talk about what's happening to black people from white people. It is all an energy thing. And what humanity, Mother Nature, is trying to get us to understand is that, baby, we have to look and try to get to know each other, to understand each other, and to work through the fear narratives. That's the only way, because Mother Nature is reminding us that we are human above all these things. But we as human beings have to deal with the bullshit. We have to find a way to work through the roadblocks that are preventing us from being human. And it gives the illusion that destruction seems to be the only path, when it's not. Because at the end of this particular live that Lance did, he says something that I'm not going to say is troubling. It just affirmed something in me. Because I've been saying on my platform that there will come a point in time when these individuals who are in toxic masculinity, not divine masculinity, but toxic, afraid, fear-based, what they will do if they cannot get the respect willingly. I keep telling y'all and sharing about this whole, the quote or whatever from The Boys on Amazon. I think his name is Highlander, if I'm not mistaken. I believe his name is Captain Highlander, if I'm not mistaken. But the individual who represents Captain America, the red, white, and blue, the racist guy, he said in that show, I would rather have people love me and worship me and adore me willingly. But if these motherfuckers don't want to give me that, then I have no problem making y'all fear me. Because even though it ain't love, it's damn near close, and I'll take that. That's what happens when fear continues to germinate, when fear continues to breed and to grow. And my fear is that if we as human beings don't get our shit together, Mother Nature, God, Source, Universe, whatever you want to call it, is going to rip everything away from us. All the shit that even we're attached to, like racism. Black people are attached to racism. White people are attached to racism. Humanity is attached to these things. And the universe is like, okay, well, let me send y'all hell. Because maybe hell will burn up all this shit since y'all don't want to do it yourselves. But before we get into the live, let's do something that's very smart. No shade. No shade. Because, baby, it's time out for bullshit. It really is. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips to balance in favor of fair use. And Lance Scurv, I give you the opportunity and the privilege and the okay and the green light, girl, to go ahead and to use my commentary on your platform. Whether you do it publicly on YouTube, which that would be the smart thing to do, or even if you use it on the back end on your website, which I don't even check out your website. See, YouTube is a public platform, so I can go ahead and give my commentary on your commentary while using the actual audio. But if I pull it from your website, then that's private property, I guess. So even if you do it over there, I don't give a damn. You can use it, because I'm not no hating ass nigga. But at the same time, me and you are human beings, black human beings on planet Earth. We have to figure out what the fuck we are going to do as black people. And in order for us to find out what that is, we're going to have to work through this shit. I've given Lance a lot of critiques, things that could possibly help him. He said he knows gay people that understand his perspective and his opinion. Why not have them come onto the show? Because once again, if you see something that is in the blind spot, okay, of queerness that queer people aren't seeing, all we're asking you to do is to simply just show us the Carfax. Show us the objective truth. Because these objective truths that y'all been trying to share with us, we already understand that. And we still live our lives despite what those objective truths are. Yes, 2 men cannot come together. 2 women cannot come together and have children. We know this, okay? But to say that they cannot bring children into the world is a lie. It's just the fact that it may not be through the conventional method of what you believe or what you've been taught to believe what it is. It's a lot of shit. It's a lot of levels to this shit. And I get it. Sometimes you get up in age, and I ain't talking about ageism, because hopefully, God willing, I'll be able to live to reach Lance Scurv's age. Okay? Hopefully. But at the same time, as you get older, there's going to be new shit that comes in that you might feel uncomfortable with. So what you could do is do what you've been doing, which is staying stuck in your ways, being fear-based about queer people, and continuing to want them to go back into the fucking closet, which they're not going to do. Or you can simply learn what is going on within myself that makes me afraid of these people. What is it within me that makes me shudder with these people? Well, I don't care about gay people, but what you do in your bedroom, y'all take it out the bedroom. Me hold my nigga hand, now that's out the bedroom. Me hugging my nigga in public, that's outside the bedroom. Hell, the clothes that I wear is outside the bedroom. The way a nigga talk is out the bedroom. Like, y'all be saying it as if though it's so simple. But when it's y'all turn to actually show what it is, it be more than just simple. It be on some complicated bullshit. And yes, those are younger than you are going to call you out because y'all don't know every fucking thing. I think you said that in this life. You don't know everything. So instead of dealing with your fucking ego as if though you do, why not actually have the conversation with queer people and do it actually fucking right? Not to sit up here and say, oh, well, this is our time to prove them wrong, but to actually listen. Because black queer people understand the opposition. We've lived the opposition. We lived it. We're still living it. So we understand where the fuck y'all come from. But now it's your turn to learn where the fuck we're coming from. And see, it becomes an issue, and the problem is because y'all also play a part in our story. Just like how white people don't want to have conversations, true, genuine, real conversations about racism because it involves them. And I don't give a fuck, black on black crime. It still don't absolve what the fuck y'all did. And then when people like me sit up here and try to have these difficult ass conversations from a different perspective, a different vantage point that could benefit us, then it's demonized. And you know why it's demonized? Because I am queer. And I'm not one of those queer people who are going to try to be the bootlickers of the majority. No. So anyway, make sure y'all got y'all weed ready. Baby, I got my weed right here. I got my damn green tea and shit. I got my water. I've been trying to offset a lot of things in my life in reference to like me smoking, because I'm gonna always fuck with weed. I don't give a damn. Jesus could be like, well, Bubs, if you don't stop smoking weed, you going to hell. Well, at least I won't need a lighter, bitch. Let me stop. That's blasphemous. Let me stop. Ron says, shout out to Ron. Shout out to Deshaun. What's up, Deshaun? What's going on? Ron says, well, there have been effeminate or flamboyant celebrities that have went on telling the world they were straight. Until this day, their fans are still convinced they are straight. And that's why I'm so glad that I do the commentary that I do from the different perspectives, because it's like, baby, we be thinking that the majority be out here making it seem like the minority is just out here just killing everything, girl. Just, bitch, just gay rainbows everywhere and just gay ass butterflies, bitch. And just, we delivering daily, monthly dildos to the houses, girl. Just all type of just weird ass shit. But then when we literally look at these manosphere or these black hotep type of spaces, we document in real time. We continue to establish in real time the credible timeline, unfortunately, of the fear-based ideology that a lot of these people have. And how when we have these conversations with them and we ask deeper questions, all of a sudden there is this a fear of answering the questions or just being real. It's kind of like some white people who think that, oh, racism only exists in a overt way. No, there are covert ways too. Like, come the fuck on. And when you dealt with this shit for a long time and you survived and you understand what the other person is saying, you start to see the bullshit in their own stuff to where it's like, oh Lord, here we go again. And like I said, when I started this commentary, baby, I have like different type of frequency music in my repertoire, girl. I was gonna put on the warfare one, girl, because the shit that Lance said at the end, baby, it made it seem like, oh wow, just wow. So you just gonna go right there. Now that your logic is not logicking, or it's an outdated logic, now you go to this extreme, and I get it, and I understand, like, you're trying to figure out what the hell is going on in this world. You see black people losing their mind. You see black people literally selling their souls. And a lot of them are doing it because they want to try to escape the black experience. The dark side of being black. But then you have people like myself who are on the ground level who literally are trying to do the best they can to love themselves so they can love other people despite them not loving me, to still build some form of community where there's a level of respect. And now all of a sudden we just lump people into shit. Cause no shade, I am one of the only motherfuckers that I know of in the queer community that literally be sitting here and be calling y'all out and be using y'all commentary and pause it and shit. Yeah, oh, I'm not sit up here and watch a 3-4 hour live. Well, you ain't got to, bitch. The smart ones will. The ones who really want to understand will. The ones who really tired of shit being the way that it is will find a way to do it. And we sit here literally and pause and examine what comes out of your mouth. There is no sort of, twisting of words and some sort of edits. No. We literally sit here and play what comes out of your mouth. There's nothing fruitful, life-giving. There's nothing objective that you speak about when you talk about queer people, especially black queer people, because you are under the pretense that queerness is a white person's thing. Well, if queerness is a white person's thing and it's something that is just so potent and powerful that it can just completely wipe out communities, then why is homosexuality free over there then? Wouldn't they have wiped out their own shit if that was the case? Because even though you got Saucy Santana, which he speaks about, excuse me, you still got men out here fucking women and having 3, 4, 5 kids. And my thing is, if we have to go to hell, if the road that we are on, if there is no reconciliation, and it just seems as if though it's going to have to be a victory over somebody and not a reconciliation where both parties do what they have to do to make the shit work and actually make a change and actually do it different this time. If we have to go to hell, then we all going to hell, because at the end of the day, I am still very cognitive and aware of what a lot of motherfuckers are afraid to be aware of, that we are still fucking human beings. That every goddamn thing will come to a fucking end. Everything will. And when you look throughout history, whenever tragedy strikes, it seems like we automatically just know how to just put all of our shit down. That's the fucking problem. We'll do it when disaster strikes, and then once shit becomes normal enough again, then we right back to our bullshit, girl. And the universe, God, source, mother nature, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's so many goddamn names, but it's still the same energy frequency, baby. It's sitting here saying, oh, okay, well, I guess they want more bullshit, so send it to them. And I'm on planet Earth with you motherfuckers, so at this point, I'd be like, excuse me, I still gotta live too. Just like we all have to live, I still gotta live too. And I'm gonna live my best life, regardless of whatever the fuck going on outside of me. Which is why I'm so proud to see motherfucking men who are feminine being able to express themselves. There are some men who are going to wear clothes that are deemed feminine or for women. You ain't got to. You ain't got to. And some of you motherfuckers we don't even want to see in a tutu or a skirt. And some of you motherfuckers are mad and upset and jealous because you used to have your goddamn body back in the day. But now that you built like a barrel off TV, now that you built like an analog box, now that y'all walking around here with long asses and 4-5 guts because you can't fit into a size 32 like you did when you was in college, and the only thing that's 32 on you now is your damn calves. That's not the... It's a lot of shit going on here. I'm trying to go down the path of reconciliation, and that's a narrow ass path, because that means that even me, I have to be honest, and I've been honest in my commentary. I have no reason to lie, and I also understand how karma works, and I'm trying to live my best life. And if I do receive karma, it be good karma. And the karma that's automatically due to me from the past life, I'm trying to absolve that shit. So why would I sit up here and create more chaos and bullshit? For what? I don't get paid for this shit. I don't get views for this shit. But I do it because it's important. And I also live in these neighborhoods. So, baby, at this point, I'm matching energy. Whatever energy you on. Because the end of that live was like, oh, wow. And not even that. I'll even be honest. Even within the gay community, Ron Vugata, who told me that I'm just going to say it, he wanted to have another goddamn debate with my ass because he wanted to get his lick back. Not because he found some new evidence that was going to be able to absolve what he is saying and demonize me once and for all in the name of Jesus. No, because he literally got his lick. He wanted his lick back. He didn't found his contributors. He didn't found his tribe of people. And now he wanted me to have a conversation with his ass. And I asked him, I said, Ron, do you believe that there can be do you honestly believe that there can be a common ground? Do you honestly believe that there is a way that we can work through this shit and see each other like the same way that your Lord and Savior chose to see everybody else, which was human being, as a human? Are you willing to do that? And this nigga told me no. And then let out a deep ass exhale through them goddamn Michael Jackson bell pepper ass nigga nose nostrils that he has. Told me no. And I asked him, I said, are you sure that there is no way we can reconcile? There is no way that we can learn how to compromise in some way, shape, form, or fashion for us to be able to work in partnership with each other and actually manifest the shit that all these people who believed in humanity died for? And he told me no. And when he told me no, that no really stuck with me, because it seems like everybody is given that no energy when it comes to humanity. And now I have to sit up here and have to prepare myself for the collective reality of what no is going to manifest. And the fact that we are literally, as human beings, whenever we upload things onto the internet, we are literally documenting our reality. So that centuries down the road, down the line, girl, they will look back and be like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And it's going to be an overall what the fuck. Why couldn't human beings learn how to love each other? Why couldn't they learn how to survive and do things with each other? We already understand what death and destruction and hell and all that shit look like. Where is the balance? Okay, let me read y'all comments and then we're going to get to the video. Because at this point, I'm realizing and accepting the fact that unfortunately, people want war. They want war. They want war. They want an outlet for their anger, for their frustration. They're ready to unleash their rage and their bullshit on people. And I've been just telling queer people and black people overall to just prepare yourself for that. Because the only time I'm going to accept violence is in self-defense. I'm not out here trying to actively hurt people. I'm too busy trying to worry about what the fuck going on in my life to be out here actively hurting people. The fuck? It's the politics that's taking control. And even he said something in his own video, his live he did earlier, about, oh, they think they're winning, they think they're winning. Queer people, what do you mean they think they're winning? Look at the world today. Look at what's happening in Florida with DeSantis. Look at the laws that are being put in place to erase trans experiences. Because a goddamn book that motherfuckers can't even interpret for them goddamn selves told them this. Thank you, Universal. Thank you, God, Source Universe, for weed. Because, baby, I can understand why some people just go postal. Because life wasn't meant to be living in fear and all this other bullshit. Only got one goddamn life to live, and I'm supposed to live my motherfucking life in fear when I've already dealt with growing up in fear as a fucking child? Are you kidding me? And I'm a part of this goddamn human experience. And God, Source, Universe, Mother Nature allowed for my ass to be here. And if she was fed up with me, my ass would be dead and gone right now. But I'm still here. So obviously there's a reason. We gonna get into the bullshit today. Because I really be trying to be objective and all this type of bullshit. But when I look objectively, I start to see that some of y'all are speaking out the side of y'all damn necks. And speaking out of your necks actually affect people's lives in a bad way. Not in the way of inclusion, but in the way of destruction and segregating yourself out of your own fears that you can't even motherfucking verify or manifest collectively with data. Well, look. Excuse me, y'all. I just sound nasally. Please bear with me. Well, look. I believe that women like that DL culture or DL culture. They don't want to believe that a man is gay, but when they find out that the man is doing something that is gay, then she has a problem. Rowdy gave you the Instagram of a woman finding out that this man was hanging out with this other dude saying, "My baby." Deshaun, you gonna have to bear with me. I'm sorry. It'd be so much you be saying to me, no shit. And I do appreciate it. I do. I just be trying to find the time to really just sit down and just really get into that. Because even with me talking like this, it takes a lot of energy out of me. Because it's like I don't even want to speak like this, but unfortunately I have to, because y'all not really listening or trying to understand, and it's getting redundant, it's getting stupid, it's just getting very fear-based. And again, we're seeing what's happening in the world, because now this type of fear-based ideology is popping up, and that's destroying other people's lives. Like, we're participating in the bullshit. Wow. Look, Jasmine Master said their asses is going to hell for judging us. When he was in the church house, he seen the deacons and the pastors have been concubines of young dudes doing freaky things, and that's not fair, because they got the nerve to talk about gay folks doing fornication. But what about straight people that do fornication all the time? But see, sexuality, see, that's the problem. It's a lot of fear, but and queer people. Okay. Let's actually play the live. Let's get into the live, because baby, I could be talking about this shit for a long time, and we gonna be here for a minute then. Okay, let's actually get into the video, and I gotta blow my nose. Okay, let me cut the music down a little bit more, because baby, I was gonna comment on that warfare frequency like, bitch, okay, well, but I have the love frequency on, always trying to be the bigger person and trying to look at things differently. Let's get into it.
Hello everyone, Lance Scurv here once again. I welcome you back. I want to say how I enjoy the shows we do in the evening, and I appreciate the support. It's really breathing a lot of life into this community that we're building. You see, I don't have to be out there with millions and millions of people, but just to have our community and our family together as we do. And I love to see how you guys communicate with each other, swap your phone numbers, talk. It makes me feel really good. And I wanted to say that first. But this is just a passing thought. This is nothing long. I'm going to do a lot of these that are shorter. And I will put this on YouTube, but I'm going to speak in a very coded manner. You could also look at the banner that I have yet to create that will tell you pretty much what I'm talking about. But a thought hit me today, and it's always hit me, right? But I thought to myself, or I asked myself the question, when did black manhood expire? When was the expiration date of black manhood that no one told us passed by and transpired? Because evidently the way that we are living now in the world that we're living in today, this is not by chance. And I remember many years ago, and not even just many years ago, just up until a short time ago, that we had many aggressive trolls, evidently and obviously from the gay community, who attacked me and said, there is no agenda. There is no agenda. Oh, come on, y'all. For such a community that is really small, and I'm not even going to say community, but those who show out in the name of that, in America especially, it's still very small. But look at the influence that this pseudo falsified group has.
Pseudo falsified, huh?
If you want to do what you do in your bedroom, nobody is bothering you, nobody's questioning you, nobody's coming against you, because nobody's going to know. Why is it that we have to know? Why is it that a way has been made for you to unify based on an act?
Okay, let's actually answer that question. And this was be gagging me. See, like, y'all ask these questions, and then when queer people come into the room to answer the questions, y'all don't even believe the fucking answers. Is this a rhetorical question? I mean, I don't know, but the way that these people are speaking when it talks about keeping it in the bedroom and in the bedroom, why do we have to know? As if though, it's just gay people just butt booty ass naked going through the Kama Sutra book in front of churches, in front of schools, in front of just all this shit. For queer people, it's the fact that if I am with my partner and I decide that I want to hold my partner's hand because goddamn it, it's a beautiful motherfucking day, and I'm feeling romantic because I'm a human being, and I want to be able to hold his hand without having to look over my shoulder. Is that what you want to go back into the bedroom? Because it's not. If I'm at a motherfucking restaurant with my nigga and I want to grab my nigga hand across from the table and look at, and I'm talking to him, I'm not worried about everybody else in the damn restaurant because they ain't paying for my meal. So I'm over here engaged with this individual. But now I can't do that because you don't want to explain that to your children, or it's making you feel uncomfortable. You want that to go back in the closet because it's not. The fact that there is a feminine gay man who likes the color pink and loud ass vibrant colors and has a little switch in his walk and in his wrist, and his S's be kind of stinging when he be talking and all this stuff, and he just walking to the corner store to go get him a bag of motherfucking chips. He can't motherfucking be because you feel uncomfortable and you want that to go back into the closet because guess what? It's not. And I have such respect for feminine men to the point to where I'm attracted to feminine men. Because they can at least walk in their motherfucking truth regardless. But we look at the response. And even though I can love myself and honor myself and really care about myself, that self-love is not going to stop a nigga from motherfucking pulling a gun out on me for being gay. And the fact that you keep asking this basic ass fucking question all the time, like, see, that's why I know these individuals don't want to learn. They don't want to learn. They don't want to listen. They don't want to be empathetic. They're fear-based. And whenever they talk about whenever they talk about LGBT rights and protections, understand, at the end of the day, we still niggas. So guess what? Those are for the white queer people. And you ask, why do we have to come together? Because of our sexuality? Because y'all, it's like y'all trying to gatekeep humanity and try to keep us out. So of course the ostracized, oppressed people are eventually going to come together and actually fucking hold each other. They're going to connect. They're going to come together. They're going to unite. That wouldn't be the case if the majority started to be more inclusive. Let me look at y'all comments, because y'all blowing up in the comments. Lord. See, my ass gonna have to. Let me acknowledge the people who came in. We got King Anubis in the building. What's up, King? And we got motherfucking Spiller. We got Spiller Boy. Oh, Lord. I be feeling honored whenever Spiller Boy come into the chat, y'all. That is a OG. Okay. Okay. And in a good way, because we need people who, there's always going to be a bridging of the gap, and we need that. So shout out to Spiller Boy, always bridging the gap and having longevity, baby, because that's what I'm trying to have. Longevity, consistency, all that. Let me see. Okay then, Rico, I appreciate you. Okay, let's get back into it. And Deshaun, I swear, I'm probably going to save some of your comments for the end, because I really want to get into, because Deshaun, you be really utilizing the comment section. I really like that, especially with Ron too. Like, I want to bounce off of y'all real quick. So let's go ahead and continue. But hopefully Lance will get to a place where he will be, you know what, how about this? He said before in one of his older lives, oh, I know queer people, I know gay men who agree with me, and put them on the live. Make a live with them and put it on there and tell them and tell us, all the queer people. Let me have somebody say the real word for you that you really want to say.
This for faggots. This for faggots.
Girl, put that call out, put that video up, girl, and have us come into the room and have us have a conversation with the gay people who believe what you believe. Do that. You don't even have to talk to us. You can just be on the back end. But see, even if you was to do that, I really believe that you wouldn't be wanting to do that to really help queer people that you feel are misguided and just all types of fucked up and just indoctrinated and all this shit. You're not going to do it to save them. You're going to do it to say, first of all, this was a hot ass show. And even though you got all those thousands of subscribers, I'm going to use an old adage that was said during the early days of YouTube, baby. The subscribers don't match the views. And that would probably get you a fire-ass viral video. And secondly, it will give you the opportunity to have gay people go at it and y'all just sit on the back end and just laugh. It will be a key for y'all, as if though it's entertainment. So what I'm really doing is I'm pressing Lance to see if Lance is really about community like he says he does, or that he say that he is. And if it's just a kingdom of heterosexual people only, you're literally cutting out the other expressions that Mother Nature, since y'all love talking about nature, that Mother Nature has also allowed to crawl on her damn back. And if I was really a demon, why would I know all this? Wouldn't I be trying to destroy your channel and report and flag your shit and just be all over on your private website, just sowing all type of discord and calling up the prayer line that you have and start putting motherfucking gay porn on in the background and niggas ass cleats check? I'm not doing any of that because that wouldn't serve a purpose, and I'm not a troll. But I am calling you out. And I'm also calling out the people on your goddamn platform that share the same ideology as you do. See, Lance, you ain't got to talk to me. Let one of your other people talk to me. That's fine. See, I'm open with my shit. I have nothing to hide, and I definitely have nothing to fear. Not from no damn conversation that's fear-based anyway. From y'all, why would I fear when y'all already in fear? I'm not about to touch and agree with your fear with you. Make sure y'all got y'all weed, bitch. And y'all drinks, and make sure y'all multitasking. Like I think Deshaun said, he doing something, just cleaning up. That's fine. Listen to me. That's why I do my podcast this type of way, because I don't want you to be focused really on what you're seeing. I want you to focus on what's being said to comprehend. That's why I also make sure I put ambient background music as well, because it helps you to receive it better. And like I said, I was about to be on warfare, and bitch, I had 2 motherfucking joints rolled up, so you know I wasn't about to give a fuck. I was about to say, okay, well, I could have allowed what Lance said at the end to trigger me. And be like, okay, bitch, and shit, I would have dropped the link for Rico ass, and we could have tag teamed. But see, I'm not even trying to come off on that energy. I'm correcting you. But you're not even taking the correction, because you're speaking about something that you don't have any fucking knowledge about. And here I am, a black, openly queer person who went through those experiences of survival How you gonna tell me about my motherfucking life? And if that's the case, then I guess white people can tell us what it's like to be black. Oh, you nigga, oh, shut up. It ain't that bad. Shut up. If we're gonna play that game. Cause listen, if we're gonna play that game, I'm down to play the game, bitch. At this point, it's equality across the board. It's equality across the board. Because y'all haven't seen BubzDaGawd pop the fuck off yet. And I don't want to. Because I'm very cognitive in the things that I could say. And if I was to really not filter my damn mind and think before I speak, I would have people lighting candles on me, throwing bones, chicken bones at the wall at me, have motherfuckers catching flights for me, having people pull up on me. And all I'm going to say is, baby, I've already went to hell. And damn near didn't survive that. But love brought me back. But if I gotta be like Harriet Tubman in this motherfucker and go back to hell back and forth, girl, that's fine. A part of my soul is already stained by it anyway. So I still have access to it if I need to. But what purpose would that really serve? Because that would be following and doing the one thing that the powers that be want us to be doing to each other. Which is to fight with each other, to go to war with each other, to obliterate each other, to keep fighting with us while they continue to do what they do that fucks all of us up.
Really, when you think about it, they do stuff, but they want to compare it to the American African community and the black community, black African community worldwide. We're born with our melanin. We're born with features that are so distinguishable that you can't get away.
But to be honest, let's talk about the melanin. There are some babies who are born who are white, bright, damn near not all right, girl. And their melanin grows in. And if you really want to talk about it, when we're at the point of creation, we all start off as, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not beyond reproach, unlike some people, I believe we start off as female first, right, with the chromosomes. So as far as the gender that we have identified and labeled on planet Earth as male and female, we start off as that first before anything else. And the issue isn't the fact that, oh, queer people, it's like people use the whole analogy, oh, you're black first for you're queer. Okay, then, well, why do y'all struggle with seeing me black first when you find out that I am queer? Why do y'all decide to put my blackness in the back seat? Because now, instead of it being, oh, okay, I mean, okay, you still black. I mean, you still a nigga. So instead of leaving it like that, now it's the fact of, oh, we got to revoke your black card. Why? Oh, because you don't contribute to the birth rate of black people, which, goddamn it, I don't think gay people have to. Your baby mama and baby daddy is out there doing that for queer people. So I don't think queer people have to help contribute to a growing black population. Now, I would want to, because I want to have kids in the future, God willing. No, I'm not going to stick my dick in the It's not. Hopefully around that time, my financial freedom will kick in, bitch. I can also utilize science. What's some other shit that the people say a lot besides that? Oh, well, you're not natural. You're not natural. You're against natural. You know? And then when we bring up nature and the shit in nature that human beings still trying to figure out about nature, because nature is an infinite fucking thing. We find new shit every goddamn day. And we find things in nature that resembles or connects to the frequency of what we identify as queerness or homosexuality. Now all of a sudden, oh well, that's in controlled environments and shit like that. Or it could also be another expression of motherfucking nature. That nature is not as simple as we believe it to be. That it is very complex, and that it's our job as human beings to try to find ways to love other expressions of humanity. It could be that too. Oh, well, y'all in the bathrooms with the women's. Y'all trying to look up the women's skirts and all that shit. No, if y'all niggas was in the bathroom with women, y'all would be looking up their skirts. There are trans women who literally go to the bathroom to motherfucking handle their business and get out. Now, are there some people who may try to take advantage of that? Who are not transgender, but they're really just men who are finding an alternate way to really be in a controlled space with women? That have sabotaged that? Yeah. But y'all cannot prove collectively that trans women are out there doing it, even though y'all talk shit about it. Oh, stay away from my kids. Y'all can be gay, but don't fuck with the kids. Okay, so what happened to like the queer children like me when it was parents who didn't even want me around their kids? And I'm trying to figure out why the fuck y'all don't want me around your kids. Oh, because I was feminine back then, so I was gay. Even though I didn't understand the gay that I know now, the healthy version, but I understood the ignorant, fear-based version of it. Grown-ass adults saying shit about me as a child. And then they speak to their kids, and their kids come and bully me because I was feminine at the time. Bully the fuck out of me. I didn't even verify that I was goddamn gay until I was 18 years old. But even with me in the closet and being quiet and not putting it out there, motherfuckers still saw it in me and still fuck with me with that. So it's kind of like, at this point, here's my question. A lot of the black men, because again, I'm a black man, so I understand the struggle of what it's like to be black. Are you upset because you can't take that energy out on the oppressor and then you turn around and take it out on the queer people? Because it seems like that's what you're doing. It gives the illusion that you want to beat up on us because the white man beating up on you, even though the white man beating up on all of us. Well, we gonna start kicking you niggas in the nuts then. And hitting y'all in y'all old ass kneecaps then. Because there's a lot of self-internal shit that a lot of black men have not done. And they can't complete without accessing their emotions. That's the one part that they're missing. That's why it's toxic, and that's why on the screen, when I was using his title, did black manhood have an expiration date? I put manhood in quotations. Yes, I'm going to tell you the manhood, toxic masculinity has an expiration date. You goddamn right. The toxic version of masculinity has an expiration date, and that expiration date is slowly approaching. Now the divine masculine is starting to come up in this bitch. And divine masculine also understands, honors, and respects and sees the feminine energy as its equal, not above it, but it's equal. Because with the feminine energy has a responsibility of allowing a motherfucker into them. They have to allow, they have to consent. The feminine energy has to consent as well. That's what's happening. So again, your falsified ideologies about what a man is done and over with, because that was the black version of manhood that was about surviving. Now it's time for black men to go sit the fuck down, heal, and actually fucking live. There is some healing, some deep emotional, mental and spiritual healing that needs to happen. Black men need a lot of love on them. But black men are going to have to learn how to open themselves up and learn how. And even when I say things like that, like a lot of black men would be like, pause. You got to pause all that shit, because a lot of you niggas flatter yourselves. Because as a gay man, even though I'm not a vain gay man, there's a lot of gay men who are very vain that a lot of you motherfucking heterosexual niggas will never have a chance with. Especially the ones that be on this manosphere. Y'all be talking as if though you got gay men in your DMs trying to hit you off right now. That's a goddamn lie. But to actually learn to listen to the humanity part in it. Just look at how a lot of heterosexual black men, cis black men, talk about gay men. It's always sexual innuendos. Even Lance gonna say it. You wanna play in your doo-doo and all this shit. I don't know what type of nasty ass caveman motherfuckers you know of back in the day, but excuse me, I have respect for myself and my damn body. What? Now there's some niggas who like that scat shit, and I'm just not it. That's not me. And there's a lot of gay men who don't want that reputation on their damn name, so they do. And when you get to that point, I'm explaining to you what happens. Because y'all love talking about gay sex and all this shit. Well, let a gay man tell you what gay sex is, since y'all talk about it so much. Let me help you out. Let me look at y'all comments. Because, baby, this is going to be, I'm telling you, baby, find something to do while you listening to this. Okay, I'm just gonna read the comments and I might respond. Ooh, my allergies, girl. Girl, I love weed, bitch. I'm over got allergies and still smoking and do. Okay, let's start with this one. Wow. Ron told you. No, see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. Wingate people. Wingate. Okay, I understand you be typing fast, Deshaun, so probably auto shit be happening. So, and I already be having Andrew Caldwell trying to ride my damn tongue, and I told that motherfucker I don't want it, bitch, because that vibe left me and it forsake me, not with, you know what I'm saying, with him. But I'm still gonna try to read through it the best of my abilities. How about when gay people that don't want to be gay no more just want to run from their community instead of finding something positive? And I ain't gonna hold you. That seems to be a lot of the things with people who want to escape what being gay is, like the dark side of being gay. Just because those laws are in place doesn't mean that people have to honor those fucking laws. The fuck? All those protections in place doesn't mean that those people have to honor those protections. There are people who literally break the law all the damn time and don't give a fuck. And they find loopholes. Oh, well, it's my religious right. Okay, I accept that. Then let's play the religious right game then. So the next time a motherfucker working at Wendy's and a fat religious hoe come in, girl, and she want to get everything except the salad, I can't serve you, ma'am. What do you mean? Ma'am, my religious rights says that I can't serve people who chose sin, and you chose one of the deadly sins, which is gluttony. So, I mean, if you want me to serve you, I can give you a salad. You know that motherfucker will lose their damn job. But I'm saying, again, whatever game we're going to play, we just don't have to play that game. It's sad, but it seems that way. Positive in their community. Why not be a politician to help the LGBT? Why not have a platform to help the LGBT? Why do majority of LGBT run away from being gay instead of trying to find new ways to have a positive impact on the community? I ask myself that all the time, and that's a conversation that we, especially in the queer community, need to have more of. Because, for example, like when we have these pride events, like there are so many different, again, there are intersections to pride. Like, for example, let's say it's a weekend thing. Let's say, for example, it's Miami Sizzle or something, right? It's a weekend thing. You know, they have their own little beach parties, pool parties, all that stuff. Motherfuckers gonna be humans. Motherfuckers, sex is a human thing. They gonna want to try to see what's going on. But then you will also have like testing sites there that will give incentives to people to get tested just so that they know their status. You will have actual like panel conversations that talk about the intersections of bullshit that we have to deal with within the queer community. And even the outside shit we have to deal with. And when those panels happen, it'd be barely anybody in there. But when we find out that Hot Rod is coming to this club, or Kyle Levine is coming to Bulldogs, or some sort of gay porn star is going to be at this event, baby, it'd be packed in a motherfucker. So there are some things within the queer community that we have to deal with. And I think because we are struggling to deal with that, because we're really trying to find love outside of us instead of trying to have conversations of building that love up within us, I think it just becomes difficult because, again, those people have to make those choices so that they can be the change that they want to see. So that's why I try to do the best that I can with my sense of activism, because I'm using my voice, and I'm grateful for the internet because the internet can be shared anywhere. So yes, there are things that can be done on the ground floor, which you do need that, but you also need the other intersections as well. Use all of the tools that you have at your disposal to help bring awareness, to have positivity for the community, like gay people that's in abusive relationships because of what happened to them when they were kids, because the family didn't want them to be who they are. Why can't they have platforms like that instead of running away? Because half of those LGBT people that running away are actually the victims of what happened to them. They can actually help others exactly that's actually going through the same thing. Young people, they're going through the same struggle. Why not be like me, try to be better than me? Exactly. And you have people like, again, shout out to Spiller Boy, who uses his experiences through his life and puts them in books for people to read, for people to understand. There are people out there who do that, but just like within the black community at large, there is a lack of self-love there. Like, we're trying to figure out what freedom looks like within our own right, within our own viewpoint and perspective. And Lance brings this up, and a lot of people brought this up, and even me. Energetically speaking, we are entering back into the era or the energy of the 60s and 70s. Not only was there black liberation at the time, it was queer liberation as well. It was women's rights. It was all these people who were ostracized, demonized, oppressed, speaking up. I think what really scared them about that was the possibility of, what if these oppressed groups of people actually came together? For example, Fred Hampton. He was getting black people, Chinese people, Arabic people, Mexican people, all the people who were oppressed. And they had his ass murdered because he was ahead of what a lot of the other people weren't. Unfortunately, Martin Luther King, in that sense, in his "I Have a Dream" speech, that we can come together as human beings because that's what we are. To the fact that there were white people who were able to understand that and comprehend that and say, you know what, I'm going to go against the grain. I'm going to go against the status quo that is keeping us in line and allowing us to destroy each other and indoctrinating us to destroy other people who are coming out of the assimilation of fuck shit, to destroy them. So when I give commentary on Lance Scurv, and I said it before and I'll say it again, I don't hate the man because the man ain't done shit to me for me to hate him. I don't wish nothing on this nigga that's bad or praying on his downfall because I understand how karma works. But at the same time, when you speak ill information about queer people, and it's all the way wrapped up and saturated in your opinion, your perspective, which is ignorant as fuck, that is very absent of queer history, queer experiences, and you speak about this shit as if though you're speaking factually when you can't even back the facts up. I have sat here and done commentary when you and the drunk ass troll with the goddamn Percocet wig on her with all types of other people on your platform speaking about queerness, and y'all say the exact same thing. There is nothing new, revolutionary. There is nothing that is like, wow, like as much as y'all talk about it, y'all would think that y'all would have found the answer by now. You must have really hit a nerve, especially from someone that claims doesn't care what they think of him. Of course I did with Ron. Because I wasn't expecting us to talk after that. I was like, oh, well, this is probably going to be the end. And I didn't want it to be that way. Because, again, when I had conversations with Ron on the back end, there was no arguing. There was no intense shit. We would have our moments where, we would kind of, get a little bit lit with each other because, we were sarcastic. And I vibe with people who are sarcastic. It's like, okay, bitches, I like this. But we were able to also have conversations. And he was able to show me more of the human side. See, on my platform, I'm not putting up a front. I share where I am in my life. Because I had a badass motherfucking teacher at the time come into my life who taught me or helped me strengthen my foundation of self-love while they was also going through their own motherfucking transformation. And to watch that person do it, it was like, bitch, I have to find out who I am, which is what I'm doing now. So I have no problem sharing my journey and my flaws and my insecurities and my fears, because those are just things that I'm going to have to learn how to transcend. I'm learning how to document it because, just to Deshaun's point, to be able to inspire other queer people that are already here, that are older than me, around my age, and that are younger than me, and then those who are not even here yet that are coming into the world, to be able to be inspired to live their best goddamn life and stop living your life based on what the fuck other people think about you, especially when they speak on you ignorantly. I know Scurv is about community. I know Scurv cares about black people. But your viewpoint on queerness is excluding another group of black people who also deserve community. And if all these things that you're saying about queer people are true, then you need to prove and provide factual evidence objectively to everybody, even to us, that what you're saying is true. And I'm a real ass nigga, so if what you're presenting is true, I will say it's true. And baby, I'm gonna let you know, when Ron ass do, hit me up and get everything together, and we had that live, I'm gonna give Ron what he want and what he need. Cause even when I did my response to my own shit, I looked back and I really gave that nigga grace, mercy, all that type of shit to make him feel to try to see his side, but also at the same time we having a conversation like we was when we was on the phone. I'm saying the same shit to you that I said to you on the damn phone. It's just that now that we in the public and you on screen, now it's the time for you to be seen and all this other type of shit. And in a minute, I'ma really start telling truths. And if that live ever happens, I'm going to show out, because this is what you wanted. And those who do their research will go. But see, he got his demographic is grown now. Now he has cisgendered white men. So I already know what the fuck that shit's going to be about. And I'm prepared for that. Okay, I'm prepared for the little dick energy, because this dick ain't little. Ron DeSantis, that's what I'm talking about, is the politics, but the LGBT community doesn't know that that's what's going on. That's preaching this poison to your churches, and it's a trickle-down effect to the LGBT. And this is a cycle that queer people know. We know this. Like I said, if we do our research, 60s and 70s, the same thing. Stay away from my kids. Oh, you're trying to hurt my kids. Oh, you guys aren't natural. The Bible says this and the Bible says that. But then when the queer people start coming with the facts and the evidence to support what they're saying, and it's more objectively true, then it becomes an issue and a problem to where it's like now they want to move so hard to create laws because now it's in law. It's in law. But again, we are human beings, which means we're all equal. So if we got to turn this shit into Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, then goddamn it, let's do it. Okay? That sounds so good right now, Deshaun. A ghost pepper chicken sandwich sounds so good right now. They said the perfect human is an androgynous African man down in Africa, used to wear what women wore to represent their god, I think, or goddess, I'm not sure. But this is from CT. Yeah, that is true. Like, again, when you're into spirit, you start to transcend all this bullshit ass laws and context and these confinements that human beings have created. You start exuding exuding more. You start actually getting outside the box. It's us over here in the West that is fucked up with our shit, because we don't know who we are. But I will say this, there is an evolution that's happening as well. So even though you have ignorance and bullshit, and you're going to have death and destruction and blood and all that type of bullshit, you also still have something beautiful coming from that is actually going to push forward the truth even more, to where every knee is going to bow, every tongue shall confess. Because destruction, I can't say unfortunately, but unfortunately, is a part of creation. But it also means the beginning of something new. The old world is dying. The fear-based ideology, the lies, all the shit that we've told ourselves to help us survive, but we started believing our own lie, all that is falling apart, and the truth is residing. And the fact that there are oppressed people who literally are growing and evolving in front of us through the internet, despite what they've been through, that makes a lot of jealous people even more jealous. Because oppressors need people to oppress in order for them to feel bigger than them, to make themselves feel bigger and appear to have more power. But if the motherfuckers beneath you was to stand the fuck up, your whole game falls apart. And these people are afraid of the playing field being leveled. And baby, that's what's happening spiritually. That's why I say love yourself, girl, because if you don't know who you are and you so worried about living your life through the lens of other people, ain't enough weed in the world, bitch, and you ain't getting none of mine. It's even to the point where a gay educator may not be allowed to say that they are gay, or they will be terminated for their positions. I think I read somewhere in Florida now where, and we're going to get back to the video because this thing about the comments, we can talk after the live. But a teacher who showed, I think, some sort of show or movie or something, and there was a brief gay character in there, and they're all in a hoopla, like, they're trying to make... this is a question I want to be asking these people, like, so do you think that I can make your child gay? How can I make your child gay? And if it's so difficult to make me straight, how can it be so easy to make you gay? How does that work? And y'all the majority. How is it that I grew up in a heterosexual household watching heterosexual shows? I didn't have a gay cousin around me. There were gay cousins I didn't know until I was older, but that were never around me. Nobody ever touched me or sexually abused me. My mother and father shared. I grew up in a very heterosexual world, and I'm still gay. So how did that happen? And it'd be every other explanation except the one thing that Mother Nature had no problem allowing, which is the fact that I'm here naturally. It is a part of my walk. It's a part of my story. My walk is not going to look exactly like yours. But Mother Nature ain't discount my motherfucking walk, so why you got a problem with it? That's why. Okay, girl. Okay. Let's get back to the video. Let's get back to the video. I'm gonna keep your comment highlighted, Deshaun. I know y'all down there. Damn. Y'all saying a lot of stuff. Whew, Lord, I want y'all to comment in response to like what y'all hear in the live as far as what he's saying. Cause baby, I got a lot of shit to read. Y'all used to live to do this to me. Remember a long time ago, y'all be like, keep commenting. Cause my ass be 15 minutes delay in the comments. Y'all be loving it. Let's continue.
I mean, there are some of us who are in denial of who we are. We bleach our skin, we straighten our hair,
Right.
we get plastic surgery
Right.
to take away our wide nose and make our lips thinner, whatever it takes. Those are in denial because we are really a messed up people mentally.
Yeah.
This worldwide demon, and again I speak in code, has really messed up the world. Seriously, when you think about it. This worldwide demon has really messed up the world. And when you really look at it, this global demon despises nature. Anything natural, it despises. Think about it. It's not only the fact that they want to change us and our desires that come naturally. Me as a man for a woman, and a woman for a man. But down to the very foods we eat, GMO foods, and why they're better.
Now, before he gets into the food part, because I do agree with the GMO foods and stuff. That's why I'm trying to really change up what I eat. You know what I'm saying? And really trying to just really do things that are more holistic for me, okay? Because I do agree, like, that's why I talk about self-love so much, because we have to get back to us. We have to get back to nature. We have to get back to nature. And the thing about nature that I think people are forgetting, and I think where Lance Scurv is tying this into, in my opinion, especially when he brings up the GMO food and stuff like that, is the fact that this worldwide demon hates natural because it can't profit from anything natural. Or at least it's under the illusion that it can't profit from anything natural. Right? Because, for example, nature, it's a give and take. It's a give and take. It's a give and take. You take from nature and then you give. You take from nature and then you give. When we look at nature, nature is still, nature is loving, nature is all encompassing, but it's also very, very, very different and unique in its own expressions and what it allows itself to be. That is showing the infinite vastness of God. And there are queer people who are part of the infinite vastness of God. It becomes unnatural when you try to take, and you don't give. That's when it becomes unnatural. That's when it becomes, or it goes against the natural law of cause and effect. Now, maybe in Lance's perspective, the fact that yes, a man and a woman can come together, have sex, and procreate and create children, that is the only expression of God. But it's not. It's not. Because there are some people who are not going to bring children into the world in that way. What do you then say to men who are sterile or women who are barren? What do you then say to an older couple that finally found their partner in life and now they feel like they want to have kids and they can't? Well, they have the foster care system. They can raise children that a lot of heterosexual people didn't want because they were a mistake. And then you have people who literally say, why would I want to bring another living, genuine human being here? Why would I want to bring another human being here, seeing how fucked up the world is? Why would I want to do that? So there's different experiences, different perspectives about life. And no one is saying that your way of life and what you believe is going to evaporate, because at the end of the day, heterosexual people, at least from my perspective, are the majority. There's nothing wrong with that, but you're not the only ones. You're not the only one. And this whole type of superiority complex a lot of people have, because at the end of the day, if you so above all of everybody, stop death. Do that. Since you have a superiority complex, stop death. Stop it. Prevent death from happening to you. You can't. That's one of the universal things that keeps us all human. And when you face death, you start living fucking life to where all these other people's perspectives and thoughts and opinions about you don't fucking matter. And then on top of that, when people speak about, against queer people, y'all don't offer anything that is realistically fruitful and life-giving to us. It's like y'all want queer people to go back in the closet, but then have a problem with DL culture that is a product of the fear of being out. So it's kind of like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. So if we're going to be damned, I might as well fucking do it. If I'm going to be damned either way, I might as well fucking do it. Then if that's going to be the case. But it's an ignorance. It's an ignorance. It's ignorant. What did Michael Jackson say? It's ignorant. It's goddamn ignorant. Matter of fact, let me let this little white child, this white privileged child say it. Maybe from the mouth of a white privileged babe.
Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit. Okay? It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
But they don't absorb the same way into the body on a molecular level. So what if it has a longer shelf life? That's you thinking about profit.
Right.
Well, if it can stay on the shelf longer, there's a higher chance that someone will purchase it. If
we live in a capitalistic system that cares about money over everything. They love the Cream song. Cash rules everything around me. Okay? Money over everything. Yeah, that's my attitude. Money, 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 money. Money makes the world go round. Makes the world go round. Money, 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 money. They want money. They're profiting off of our lives. They're profiting off of the fact that there are people on YouTube that go back and forth with each other. They profit from the chaos. They profit from all of this. And I'm a queer man that understands that. But because I am a queer man who is open and speaking in his truth and not being afraid to speak up what my truth is, all of a sudden I'm automatically labeled as that. Because there was a point in time where I did come into Scurv live. I'll tell you the 2 times I went to his live. The first time I went to his live is when he was with, what is her name? What is her name? She was a, girl, I don't know who this is calling me. What is her name? She is a, I'll say more seasoned woman, no shade. I hope to live to get to a seasoned age myself, but, I think it's Miss Libby or something, or whatever the case may be. And the title of the live is called, If It Ain't Natural, It Ain't Right. And it was live, and I had just got done doing this mansion manifestation weekend or whatever. And I was driving home, and before I was driving home, I was packing up, and I was listening to what was going on, and I was typing in the comments, and I asked them to drop the link. Again, here I am. I went by myself. What happened was that Aries was in the chat, and I guess Aries told me that he was in Scurv's chat, so I came over to see what was going on. So I started asking questions. They started answering through their fear-based answers like they always do, and I asked them to drop the link. What am I gonna do to y'all? I don't even have to be on the camera. I don't have to. Because even on my platform, I like the podcast voice. So you ain't got to worry about me P-bombing you or try to do anything to destroy your life. Again, I understand how karma works. And I ain't trying to add extra karma on my ass that I don't want. Okay? Did they drop the link? Hell no. And I was in y'all territory. I was in y'all hood. I was on y'all block. I was on y'all turf. To where y'all could have did whatever the fuck y'all wanted to do to me. But y'all ain't dropped the link. And then there was another live that he did where I came into. And I was turned into BubzDaGawd, girl. I'm not Bubs, girl. I'm BubzDaGawd. I think that's what I'm gonna use when I finally do manifest my smash sessions with my nigga. I'm gonna give you BubzDaGawd, bitch. the conqueror of butts. Okay, the booty bandit. Okay, I got my ladder, a thief in the night. All that shit I was, and being told that I was gonna become the new fucking stakeholder in Huggies and Pampers because my asshole is just on its last whim. And I'm about to be out here competing with toddlers and newborn babies in the who can fill their diaper the fastest contest and shit because I'm gay and all type of shit. I was all that. But if Lance actually said, you know what, I think there was a point in time where he probably did watch a few of my lives because he did a rooftop live video where he said, oh, you know, well, I was thinking about something, you know, and I started feeling some type of way about some of the commentary I've been hearing about me, as if though he was starting to really allow it to really marinate in his mind and to really challenge himself to see like, okay, am I right? Am I right or am I wrong? But he was like, no, I had to let go of that. I had to talk to some of my friends and I know what I'm saying, like along the lines of that. And let's be all the way real. Let's speak about Ryan ass girl, and I'm just gonna be honest. You know what? No, I'm not. I'm gonna save it, girl. Cause if you get like a little too cute for me on his live with me, I'll just save that. I'll just save that for that. No shame. But he was like, well, no, well, I still believe what I believe. Hell no, cause I ain't gonna let nobody do that to me. I've been used and abused many times. People didn't try to use me and shit like that. Okay, nigga, this seems like it's a problem that your ass need to deal with. Because no tea, no shade, just facts. I don't get hundreds of views or thousands of views speaking about Lance Scurv. I'd be in the double digits. But you know what the gag be? And I say this with all the humility in my heart, because I'm humble to God and me only. Everybody else get humility. And it's true about me. Even though I don't have a lot of people watching, I be having the right ones watching. Even though I don't have everybody watching, which I don't. I'm not a very I don't like dealing with popularity anyway. I'm more of a background person. I'm learning how to become more extroverted and actually dealing with people. I like things to be on the back end. That's just me. I'm trying to balance myself out to live a very balanced life. But I'm not getting niggas cash apping me. Oh my God, you said what you... No, I'm not getting all of that. I literally get up here, and when I speak, I'm not just speaking for myself. I'm speaking for those down the road that will come across my video and it will resonate with them. And to also document and continue to establish a credible timeline on how there's a lot of fear in it's a lot of fear in humanity, but in this particular context, it's a lot of fear in the black community, and especially from cis, hetero, black men. Because if you want to be the man so much, and you want to be the king so much, and you want to lead so much, you're going to have to deal with as much scrutiny and as much goddamn interrogation and as much goddamn, what's the word I'm looking for, bitch, pre-screening and all this type of stuff in order for you to lead, because we understand what's happening in the community. And despite there being no sort of quote-unquote leadership, guess who have been holding up the black community? Black women and black queer people. The ones who decided to keep the baby and to sacrifice for her children. And the queer community, who supplements the community in their own way. Just because it ain't your way doesn't mean the other way don't exist either, because again, Mother Nature has allowed for it to fucking happen. Mother Nature above us. We are in tune with her, with it. But baby, our expression and our viewpoint in this particular time, like me as BubzDaGawd, is a limited expression. But through love am I able to understand more of Mother Nature's humanity, God's source universe. Again, make sure y'all got y'all smokes together, y'all drinks together, because baby, when it comes down to my commentary, that's the only way we're going to be able to make it through. Because I realized in my commentary, and one thing I didn't want to do, and it's also a lesson I'm learning to dealing with, you know, people pleasing. I still deal with people pleasing, not making people feel uncomfortable and feel bad and shit like that. But when motherfuckers out here lying and shit, fuck all that uncomfortable shit, bitch. If we gonna be all uncomfortable, but can we work through being uncomfortable? We all uncomfortable in this motherfucker. What are we gonna do to make sure that we can fix that? And it's gonna take us to fix it, because the fucked up shit that's happening to us, we also are making the either a conscious or unconscious choice to allow that to fuck us up. It won't fuck, nothing can fuck you up unless you give it permission to fuck you up. And y'all not the only people about community. And I'm the gay one. Shouldn't I be the one that's not even reaching out to y'all? If I was really doing the quote unquote gay agenda, I wouldn't even be talking, I wouldn't be making commentary on y'all. I was too busy to be out here doing what y'all thinking the gay agenda is, which is hypersexualization. Well, let's talk about that for a second. That's not a gay thing. That's a human thing. Women are sexualized on commercials, in fucking magazines, on television shows, at church. Hell, little girls are sexualized in these goddamn pageants, them in little swimwear and doing little all type of damn shit. It's a lot of sexualization going on. Again, this is a human being thing, but some human beings don't want to be accountable and take part in how they contribute to that as well. To how a lot of us have been indoctrinated through sex, and how we use sex as a way to escape our reality and to release and relieve pressure and stress, not honoring the other person. Again, the law of cause and effect, to give and to take, not having healthy sexual relationships with each other, to make sure that both partners are satisfied, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually, to use this sexual energy to help build and strengthen the bond between you and that person, or hell, to use that energy to help humanity more. But the fact of, I want to bust a nut, I don't care about how you feel about it, I'm gonna bust my nut as fast as I can to get away from you. Thank you for relieving my stress. Again, this shit is deeper than what we think it is. That's why I be telling y'all gonna need weed, and y'all gonna need, some of y'all motherfuckers gonna need a shot. We gonna have to be able to be in some sort of different type of altered state to have these conversations, and then find our way through love to manifest it in this collective reality. That's what I've been doing. And I'm only sharing what I've been doing. But one thing that is universal and that we're all gonna have to do, we're gonna have to learn how to really deal with this shit and fix this shit. Because if we don't, we're all gonna be fucked. So at this point, the question I really need to be asking is, who is for the human community? And the human community are individuals who love themselves and accept the journey of self-love, where there might be moments where they might be at the lowest of the low, but there are people who are operating in their self-love so much that they're in overflow to be able to pour out and share that energy on the one that's hurting and not kill them. A reality to where we can all learn to respect each other. And I get it. That seems like a perfect reality that can never manifest. Bitch, anything is motherfucking possible. All this other bullshit is. I hope y'all got y'all weed, bitch, because I'm about to roll up another one, baby, because this is what we need. Because if Lance would understand and was actually being more communal, he would understand that even on the queer side, there is bullshit within the queer community that is in the black community, that is outside the black community. Like, it's a lot of fear-based energy, and it's all in these different expressions.
It looks fresh. That's sick. You pick your fruit, your vegetables, and you eat it. You see, a lot of these store owners don't want to provide fresh, ripe fruits, because ripe fruits spoil faster.
And not even that. When people try to buy fresh fruit, it's more expensive. Again, that is a product of capitalism. Let's give you this cheap shit that's gonna fuck your stomach up and fuck you all type of, but it looks good and nice, whatever. And I understand that. But the fact that you trying to put that, like, to parallel that with queerness, as if though, like, are you saying that queer people are the dollar menu at Burger King? We on the dollar menu in this motherfucker, girl. I'm just trying to understand.
Has less of a shelf life, and I figure they have to waste it. So they'll get these things out earlier if it is non-GMO. But they're licking their chops at the GMO fruits that are not natural and don't give you any nutrition. You may feel a caloric rush, but that stuff does not connect with your body. Tell me this. Mm-hmm. If you take the set of house keys that you have, mm-hmm, and the key that you have for your door to enter your premises,
right,
and you file part of it down and off, not all of it, just a little part, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, the way they do with GMO foods and fruits, and they change just a little bit at a molecular level. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, you take that house key and you file down just, let's say, 1/8 of an inch of it away, mm-hmm, or make a new groove and a new little valley out of the peak of the teeth of the key. Mm. Is that key going to work? Mm. It no longer fits specifically for that lock to open that door.
Correct.
The same way if you take those molecules, mm-hmm, at the end and change it around, whichever way, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but they arrange it at the most basic level, and you put it in your body is not going to accept that food.
Mm-hmm. But let's continue with nature and science. A lot of the information we have out here also really shows us how we sleep on our own bodies and our own mind. I think we use like a very small percentage of our mind. And the way that I look at things, at least for me now, in my opinion, and I'm pretty sure there's scientific back to back it up. I don't have it now, but just based on from what I have read and based on how I'm applying things in my own life and just looking throughout history, even the shit that we consider to be unnatural is really natural because its basis is something natural. Like the same, let's take it with the analogy of the Christian Bible. God against Satan. God created Satan. So how the fuck you gonna overpower me in my own shit when I created you, nigga? You're a part of the equation. So even for people who are sick and their body started reacting in a very abnormal way, they had the power within themselves to actually heal themselves because they understood that there was an energetic block going on. Do you get what I'm saying? And they also had to participate in their own healing. Let's use but at the same time, humanity and our bodies are known to evolve, grow, and adapt. I think they say with science, in science, that our bodies are built to combat different infections and to become immune to them. So I feel like even with GMO food, if it got to a point to where that's all we had to eat, there are ways that we can probably transmute that energetically to where it benefits us. Just look at how black people survived eating the undesired parts of pigs and all this other type of shit. When it came down to survival, people was able to make shit stretch and survive. And them motherfuckers was living long ass lives. And let's take the analogy of the key. If the key don't work, I mean, if you have the resources, get you a new key or get you a new lock. You also have the power to transmute shit to benefit you. Again, it's not just so black and white. Maybe that's just me.
They're going to make it where soon,
And I swear I'm gonna get to y'all comments. I'm just trying to get through this first and then read y'all comments.
you know that we can't speak about the reason why we had the mask on in a way that they don't agree. We can't speak about the rainbow people. We have to agree.
You ain't got to agree. Just if you speaking against them, like actually bring the fact to support what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. Just do that. Y'all not doing that. Y'all just bring y'all fear-based ideologies. Meanwhile, queer people have the evidence. Queer people have the timeline to show you the oppression. Bitch, and I'm black, so I know what black oppression feel like. And the fact that my ass is black and queer, I'm telling you energetically, it's the fucking same. Hello, hello, hello. But you don't want to listen to me, the one living the dual experience. Okay.
Soon it's going to be, and listen to me, it's going to be where you can't speak out against GMO foods. And it's going to be where you can't speak about the benefits of eating vegan or any other thing that goes against what they're pushing. It's going to come a time when you push on social media, and especially here on this platform, Whitey,
That was clever.
that you won't be able to speak on the benefits, the superior benefits of nature. Because what? This worldwide global demon hates everything natural.
Everything producing life,
But when
everything that gives. And that's just not in the form of just bringing other humans into the world. It's about also caring about those humans, loving those humans, affirming those humans, making those humans feel a part of something and like they belong. How many queer people have been ostracized and removed from families and from churches? All because of their lifestyle choices. I literally just did a live video where I gave my commentary on Jakari. Shout out to them. Amazing dope ass vocalist, but is an individual who's more on the androgynous side, who is naturally I don't want to say naturally because that's could be offensive, but he is a cisgender male who quote unquote renounced his homosexuality because he felt convicted by the Lord. And again, if that's his way to freedom, that's cool and that's fine. Do what you do. But again, it becomes an issue when you express what you've been through. It's just fear, 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 fear only. What did you learn from this fear? And also, how do you narrate this or build a foundation for people to really understand what their freedom looks like? There is a lot. And I think that's why my ass sometimes, like when I be talking and stuff, I kind of have to pause and have like a little break, because it'd be like when I continue to listen to the fear-based stuff, I don't know if my mind just automatically does it to where it's okay, bitch, just be silent and be still. Just be silent and be still, girl. Whatever you thought, just let it come back to you. Some people say it's the weed. And you can say that if you want to. I look at it in a different way. Again, I control what I believe and what I think about myself. That's a scary part, but that's also the affirming and the true way to tap into nature part, because you include yourself. You include yourself. Like Mother Nature already included you. So like, why are you struggling to not include yourself? And then when people include themselves and they ask you to back up why they shouldn't be included and you can't, then it's like, okay, bitch, if anything, you just strengthen my argument about nature supporting me. Because how is my expression of life taking away from yours? How is me holding my partner's hand removing money from your bank account? How is me hugging my nigga? Is it fucking up your internet service? I mean, do you have a power outage whenever I kiss or something? Like, what is actually happening to you to where it is disrupting your quality of life. Make sure you got y'all weed together. I'm gonna start saying that. Okay, let me read some of the comments, y'all, because we gonna be here. And I'm trying to get to y'all in the comments because I know y'all talking today, and I want to make sure y'all feel respected and appreciated. Let me see. Romantic hetero expression is done publicly all the time. If he doesn't care, he wouldn't be so bothered. Exactly. Let me see. Drink some water, bitch. Hold on. You know, we smoke weed, get cotton mouth a little bit. Hold on. He is so biased when I heard him saying he doesn't want to know about a person's sexuality. So how you gonna tell if the person is gay or not, or some straight people don't like to be around gay people? Also, at the same breath, he let me put an extra up here when there's news on men sleeping with men, knowing that they got a girlfriend, then heterosexuals want to know everything. Ooh. Let me see. Yeah, it's kind of true. Born female. That's why people can be intersex. That's born with both parts, or people are born with both heads. Exactly. Ever heard of conjoined twins? Hell yeah, I remember. I used to watch the Discovery, like channel, like documentaries and stuff, and it was this white girl. It had two heads. I remember. Hell yeah. I just saw a clip of this man and his friends, and they found out a clip of him with this boy giving him head, and they had a problem with that. Anyone an explanation? But this don't. The crap though. I swear, Deshaun, I be trying to read. Okay. I know sometimes when I be talking, my tongue be a little heavy, a little bit, you know, because I talk fast, but I believe most individuals are born gender and sexually fluid. It's society that has conditioned us to go by labels. I agree with that. Like CTV said, they're talking about trans going to the bathroom because of their kids, but there's criminals that don't give a crap. They don't even have to wear a wig to do that. And on top of that, they ain't talking about the motherfuckers in religion. Motherfuckers still going to go see the Pope, still bound before the Pope, still motherfucking on their knees for the Pope. All this stuff and all them goddamn actual accusations that really was manifested to be true that came out. Don't nobody care about that. They still motherfucking they still doing that. How much sexual abuse happens in the church? The black church. Let's talk about it. How he died on top of me. But we go to church every Sunday, still give our dollar. But then when and let's even make it really, let's really make it personal. The motherfucker in the motherfucking family, girl, that's known for touching the kids and shit, girl, he can still come to the Thanksgiving dinner and get a plate. He just can't be around the kids, but he can still come and get a plate though, cause you know that's my nephew, that's my brother, that's my cousin, that's my sister, that's my auntie, that's my niece. But let one of the family members come home trans, or let them bring their friend over, and your friend become the Thanksgiving for 4 years straight, bitch, and we decided we want to ask you, who was his friend? Did you fucking his friend? And when you find out that they have, girl, now it's a problem and it's an issue. Then they can't come to my house, and I don't want you doing shit. Even with Spiller Boy TV, in one of the videos that he did years ago, where he was speaking, sharing an account from his book, where he started doing drag, and I think his grandmother didn't want his ass getting dressed at the house for the drag show. Didn't like that shit. I don't want the neighbors seeing me. I don't want, old Letta and them to be talking about me in church and shit or whatever. But then we had a nerd that had a ass at the fucking drag show and be, oh my God, that's my grandson, that's my whoop-de-whoop or whatever, and having all these gay people thinking like, oh my God, I wish I had a family that supports me and loves me the same way that he does. And then had a nerd that asked for some of the money that I made as a drag queen, girl, as Paula, I said Paula LaBelle, as Patti LaBelle. So you gonna have your ass at the show, but I can't leave the house with my stockings on, my green dress on, my wig, my lipstick, leaving the house though. people saying that the LGBT chose that lifestyle always annoyed me for some reason, because it comes from a very ignorant place. There's people that don't even identify as gay that was still messing with children. There's women that also mess with children and the youth. There's people that could be in the family that mess with. Exactly. I mean, how many grown ass women wanted to fuck the shit out of young ass Usher when he first came out? How many women wanted to fuck on goddamn gay ass motherfucking Tevin Campbell ass? How many women wanted to fuck Prince? How many women wanted to fuck the shit out of Michael Jackson when he was a child? I want you to go look up all of these old school ass artists that I do look, because baby, one thing I will say about this, old school music back in the day was the best music. I still listen to it. I've been listening to the Jones Girls on repeat. Okay, y'all had some good ass music back in the day. I hope that music comes back. If we in this 60s, 70s era, please bring that shit back, because baby, that was music. But go look up motherfucking the Isley Brothers now and they music videos. And the women is there. They ain't got motherfucking old letter with them saggy titties girl in the damn music video. They ain't got Bertrice with her damn stomach hanging out, girl. No, they got young ass women, video vixen women in they shit. So if we're going to talk about the youth and the children, again, I don't mind talking about it, but let's talk about it all around. Because again, these people are taking this shit and they're adding these broad generalizations. Even Land's gonna say, wow, if I press pause, I wouldn't be able to get into everybody's business. So you're saying that it's easier to just label people readily? Okay, and then feel some type of way when they do it to you. Got you, okay. Can a person believe in evolution, nature, and believe in God, even though both ideologies are on the polar opposites of each other? I do, yeah. Because it's like, if you are God and you know everything, the beginning and the end of whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, that wouldn't be fun, right? So you would have to throw in some element of surprise to where it's like, there's the free will part. It's like God experiencing all of itself. And I think us as human beings, we are like the mini gods in Source's creation to kind of see what it looks like. Like, I was thinking about the game The Sims. I love The Sims. And hopefully one day in the future, when I finally manifest a game, a laptop or something, I want to do a Sims Let's Play, because I got a trap grandma one that I know with my commentary and the weed, it'll take off. But in The Sims, that's how I look at life. The Sims. There's an option to turn off free will to where you get to control them, and then there's free will to where it's like, I don't know what the fuck gonna happen. And even in The Sims 4, there's an option where you can cut the game off and you can play it. I mean, not play it for a week, and then you can come back. And it was shit that was happening. Like, bitch, when did this bitch get pregnant and had 2 kids? Damn. I don't play the game for 1 week and I come back and this bitch got 2 kids? By 2 different motherfucking people? That's how I look at life. So I believe that they're all in this. Like, I believe everything is connected. That's why I try my best to respect and honor people, humanity, and their character, as opposed to just a broad generalized label. Like, get to know people for yourself. That's how I see it. So I believe that both can happen. Yes, I believe there's always gray areas. Shit, talking about children. Well, how about you? Parents band together to stop that bill that's going on in Kansas about marrying a 12-year-old. What? And you know, down south, baby. Come on now. Which I worry about the gays, girl, but you got people that actually want to marry the kids. Interesting. Okay. Excuse me. Quiet as this cap. I'm just reading how it's written. Okay. Since you want to talk about gay people playing in feces, there's heterosexual people that do it in the dark spaces. And see, and okay, let's talk about that real quick. I am a gay man who has gay sex. I am a top. For real, no shade. Okay? I love ass, okay? Just like how men love coochie and love titties, I love ass, okay? The individuals that I have experienced, they, just like I don't know, there are some cavemen out there that love their women coming there. If it's a natural musk and they turn them on, shit, I mean, that's fine. But for me, I believe cleanliness is next to godliness. So for me, if I'm going to have a sexual encounter, I'm going to take a shower. Because I respect my temple and I also respect their temple. Okay? Then on top of that, they do the same thing. There are gay people who receive dick who do something known as douching. Okay? They clean themselves out. There are products to make sure that all of the waste is out, because contrary to what people believe and want to believe, men have an equivalent to a woman's G-spot. It's called the P-spot. It's called the prostate. Okay? And I've heard, and there are some things, look, I ain't going to be able to discover and experience everything in life, and having that type of orgasm, I'm okay. Baby, I'm a very simple man. I don't need everything. But there are some men who understand that once that part in that spot is stimulated, that baby, it is an orgasm on acid, okay? To where you have heterosexual men now who like to be pegged, who are not gay, but they also like to be stimulated in that way, and would rather have their wife or their partner do that for them. So they end up allowing these women to peg them. There are ways to stimulate that spot without penetration. If you lift up the nuts, that little area there, if you put a little firm little thumb grasp on it, baby, it will help too. But gay men clean themselves out because they want to have an enjoyable sexual experience. And in the gay community, if you have a shitty kitty, people will talk about you. Just like if a motherfucker got a little dick, or if motherfuckers coochies smell like you buy we fry ass shit, they will talk about it. So no, but there are some people, I'm not one of them, who are into that. And it's not, it's not an exclusively gay thing. Damn. Why do they like to compare the LGBTQI with bestiality? Because they're ignorant. They're ignorant. They're ignorant. That's why. And make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe if you want to. I was going to put my CashApp at the bottom, but I'm like, nah, this is humanity work. So the universe going to bless me in that way. I wanted to talk about this shit. I'm going to read a few more comments, and then we're going to continue, because we're going to be here for a minute. That's what we do over here. Now, it will be, I think, beneficial to have conversation with people like Scurv and Beatrice Noah. Well, I'm gonna have to be tipsy with her ass so I can be on her frequency and throw on my goddamn Shaka Khan struggle wig, you know that. Anybody wants to talk, I don't give a damn if it's a man want to talk. I don't give a damn. Like, let's have the conversation though. But I think I want to have conversation with people who are open and honest. When I speak about Scurv, it's like giving me a springboard to talk about bigger things, just like how he uses his platform. He sees shit that bothers him, he goes to his mic and he speaks about it. But it's like, nigga, you're not the only one, and you're not going to be the last. So yeah, no. They grew up watching the Cosby Show, and they still ain't died, just still dead. Ooh. And I love the Cosby Show. I love the Cosby Show because no tea, no shade. When it comes down to the family unit they had with the love, that's something that I have in my own personal life with my family, which is why I share my overflow of love with other people. That there are people who probably did not come from that, but because they did not come from that, it does not mean that they cannot receive it either. And even though I had that family love, I was still looking for another part of love outside of me that almost costed me my life. But I found it now, which is me. But you're right, Cosby Show, and they died just dead. And I get it. There were certain things that happened in the 60s and 70s. We were coming together. Humanity was uniting. And then all of a sudden, for black people, here came the crack epidemic that completely wiped us out and put a lot of black men behind bars for a very, very long time. So there was some sort of reaction to this revolutionary energy that was coming up. And we're at that time period now, at least in my opinion. But what are we going to do now to actually capitalize off of it? And one way we were able to capitalize is that we had to talk to each other. And what these other people who have done all this stuff doesn't understand, and I know they feel like they can escape karma, but you can't escape universal law. You're not the God. You're a God, but not the God. And again, the call of laws and the call of laws, Lord, the laws of cause and effect. Whatever you take, you have to give. And when you take and 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 don't give and give and give and give and give and give and give, don't do that. The universe takes a record of that and will send you back the karma, which is really the balancing part. So all the blood, sweat, tears that has went into this earth, trust me, Mother Nature is taking record of that. And again, spiritually speaking, we are entering into the age of Aquarius. We're entering into an age where even the gods don't even know what's going to happen. And that's why I use my time, my effort, my energy, and live my life in a very basic way, at least right now, man, to be able to pour my energy into humanity, because I know I'm going to be blessed on the back end. I'm already starting to experience my blessings now, and it's small blessings, which means shit ain't even really start yet. It's the coming attractions of blessings. But I made a vow to myself and to God and to humanity and to the universe that I was going to use my gifts and my talents to help humanity evolve. And I've had a lot of conversations about death, had a lot of internal dialogues about death. And even when it happens, girl, the experience, I still got to go through that. And that's something you can't really prepare for. You still have to still experience it. But knowing that the things that I'm saying could possibly put my life at risk. Because this capitalistic system that preys on our energy is banking on me to continue to do what everyone before me has done, which is to continue to be lost in the distraction, to love yourself in a narcissistic way, to see everybody else as your enemy, and to further remove yourself from ever living a better life and to just fall in line and to just assimilate and to be like everybody else and work all your damn life and hope and pray to God that your ass get old enough to live off of your retirement and your pension and all the other type of stuff, and they changing the laws for that shit too. Or I could do what the ancestors did, like Harriet Tubman, who I resonate with her energy as far as her tenacity and her bravery mentally and emotionally, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally, to really put her life on the line to find freedom for herself. And that even though slavery still went on during that time, there were certain motherfuckers who realized, bitch, I'm gonna die anyway, so I might as well die believing in something that benefits me. And once people start doing that, that's when it starts to affect the other side, because they're not the ones tapped in. And I will agree with Lance on this. They're the ones that's not tapped into nature, because they come from a place where they always, maybe they had a place where came from a place where they never had much. So now that they got it, they want all of it. They become obsessed with it, even if that means stealing from other people, even if that means lying on other people, even if that means demonizing other people, creating false narratives in order for me to benefit from them. But baby, the era that we're living in, when I tell you that everything that is false is being destroyed, I mean everything that is false is being destroyed. The only thing that truth is trying to do is just set motherfuckers free. It's about who want to be free. Do you know how terrifying it is for me, even now as a black queer man, to still live in my truth when I see laws happening in other states that's bringing its way over here, that's going to affect my life to where now motherfuckers are going to try to force me back into the closet. And I'm a person that is just a human being. I ain't out here trying to bust it wide open in front of the people. I am still very conservative and very in my bedroom when it come down to sex. I don't even like sending nudes. I don't even like receiving news. I don't like sexting. I don't like, oh, now we can talk some shit and say some shit over the phone. But I don't like, hold on. Nigga shit. I'm not here doing the sex. I just want to be able to live my life. I want to be able to experience life in a way that's fruitful and life-giving to me. And I know that my experience is not hurting anybody. But what the okay, girl. Generational ignorance is a huge problem. That's why we must educate properly and early. But then when we do that, like for example with queer people trying to educate children about queer experiences in lives, they start thinking about the sex. The only queer motherfuckers that's gonna be having sex with other men are gonna be queer men. Okay? I love women, I appreciate women, I respect women, especially black women, but I don't have the capacity to want to have sex with you. I'm sorry, but not sorry. And that there is a man out there and men out there who would do a far better job than I could ever do. Because you deserve all that. So when these drag queens read to children, it is them showing one of their expressions of their community. Drag queens get paid. That's a lot of their way of living. It's an exaggerated form of, and I could be saying this ignorantly because I don't know the proper term of drag, but just from my opinion, it is an exaggerated performance of feminine energy. That's all it is. It's one of the expressions within the queer community that is there. Drag queens, the ballroom scene, like the queer community had to create their own subculture because the main culture didn't want them, so they had to create. Hello? Well, you thought we was just gonna lay there and die? No. The fuck? We survived too. But when you have them going to talk to children and read to children, it's to help the children understand that guess what? In the world, I know maybe in your house it may seem like it's only straight people, but when you go out into the world, it's not going to be just straight people. It's going to be an amalgamation of different people, different sexual orientations, different races, different beliefs, different experiences. But if we learn how to tap into the humanity part of it, we won't have to understand everything, but we'll be able to understand enough to where we can humanize people. But then when we read to the children, all of a sudden, now we got these explicit ass books about Lil Billy busting it open for Lil Timmy. Where is the book? Where's the goddamn book? A few more comments, then we're going to continue with the video. I'm going to let the video kind of rock somewhat. Like these women act like they... Oh, I'm sorry, I read the wrong one. For these heterosexuals, so I don't know why these men are confused, knowing that you know what it is. Don't complain. Just don't and submit because you made that gay man to be straight. That's all I say. Like these women act like they don't know what DL is, knowing that they know what it is, when they don't even know what their husband... with your boyfriend it shouldn't be a surprise, and try to understand them without being scared or crazy. Okay, because very soon, because what they're passing those bills, there's going to be a lot of men that from the LGBT dating women, and then might sneak because it might be the same. Don't complain. Because half of them from those communities that can't stand gays, that they despise you, don't even know if you're having sex with the one that you despise. We approach this shit so basic, and it's kind of like, okay, I understand that basic is there for a reason, but there comes a time where you would hope to transcend basic. Even me, I live a basic way of life right now, and I'm learning to be content with that. Because only with me being content with where I am will I be able to create room and capacity for more. Okay? But there comes a time where you have to at least evolve and to grow. So it's like, I just want people to stop really trying to, and if you're on basic, just say you're basic, girl. Just say I'm on a basic, girl. I'm still learning. Say that. But when you have people who get up here and speak confidently, and then when Lance says what he says at the end, it kind of solidified it for me, like, oh, okay, well, now I see where this is going. Now I see where this is going. And it's sad, but now I see where this is going. Let's see. It's a whole bunch of comments. Goddamn. Dollar millionaires unite. I'll get something from a dollar menu every now and then, but not all the time. Where's the protection from us gays, for real, for real? We gonna have to learn how to protect ourselves. We gonna have to learn how to protect ourselves. Like, if your record is clean, I recommend you get you some sort of self-defense, girl. Go get you a firearm. There's still shit for the house that I still gotta get. I gotta get motherfucking security cameras and shit, all type of shit, because I also understand where I live at. And I also understand that even though I have more of a masculine appearance, it's not gonna stop niggas from wanting to whoop my ass because I'm gay. And if I was on the street and I saw a feminine gay man getting jumped, would I just stand there because I'm afraid of what them niggas gonna do to me? Or am I going to help my brother out and possibly deal with the consequences because of that? Because then we think about those things until it's us. Until it's us. Like, if we were in that situation where motherfuckers was jumping us, I'm pretty sure you would want some help. So if you were getting fucked up and motherfuckers was watching you get your ass whooped, I'm pretty sure you would feel some type of way about it. But I think queer people have to learn how to change the narrative. Like, one of the film ideas that I have is, and Hope Giselle, shout out to her, she had said this a long time ago when it was like the trans murders were getting out of hand like they always do, unfortunately. She said, what's going to happen when the news reads that trans woman deletes her damn attackers, take out 5 niggas? Is it going to have to take that type of shit to happen? And again, these people, because they're desperate and miserable in their life, they want to hurt you and want you to allow them to hurt you. What? If you can't get a damn gun, get you a knife. Go to your father dollars, girl. Who, Lord, girl, my brain be working on some other shit. I be multitasking in my own head. That's why I love weed, help to slow it down sometimes. Because, baby, like, damn, is this a computer for real? Did I get an upgrade or something? But you can go to Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, and get you a damn cutlery set. You better keep a damn paring knife. Or if you big Michael Myers energy bitch, get you a butcher knife and keep that in your damn little purse or something. Shout out to Extra Smoke Dragon in the building. I'm about to roll up another one. Because you popped up. That's the universe saying, nigga, roll another one. Okay, he said bear spray. If you're going to get mace, don't get that cheap-ass dollar store mace now. Now, the knife, you can get cheap quality because you can stab motherfucker and then break off in their damn skin. That's extra effect. They'll bleed even more because the heart rate, oh, my God, it didn't broke. But if you're going to get some mace, get you some bear mace. Get you a mace that would take down a grizzly bear. Okay? Because at the end of the day, I understand and realize and accept the fact that as a queer man, the only time I'm going to be safe is when I decide that I'm safe. Even when I go out in the world, sometimes I have to deal with the energy of, oh my God, am I going to be safe? Because we do live in a world now where people are losing their minds and will snap on your ass. And there is nothing stopping me from anything bad happening to me. But if I have the opportunity to help lessen the odds of my ass motherfucking going up yonder, bitch, I'm going to do that. Especially when you try to assert your dominance over me first by trying to harm me or take my life. I'm supposed to just sit there and let you do it. Got me fucked up. And plus, there's bigger fish to fry than to worry about the LGBTQ. There's too much going on in this world. We've got funerals that I watch that are nothing but teens and casket boys and girls. That motherfucking part. Like, the part that affects all of us. Like, y'all talking about gay shit. Like, these niggas out here literally shooting into crowds of people. Don't even give a fuck where the bullet hit, bitch. It's babies that be getting struck in the motherfucking head. You have parents burying their kids. And you worry... But yet homosexuality is just and that this is what happens when I mean that we keep going down this cycle. Like, a lot of us are worried about victory over each other when we need to be worried about reconciliation. Like, if we're going to sit up here and talk about what's happening in the black community, well, black people, y'all gonna have to learn to motherfucking roll the fuck up, bitch. Get you a motherfucking joint, bitch. Smoke you some weed, hoe, and sit your ass down, because I feel like that's going to be one of the only ways that we're going to be able to have the real, true, genuine conversation, baby. And if you don't smoke, pop an edible or something, baby. Because Mother Nature, through the expression of mother marijuana, is going to show you what's going on. That's why in my little documentary that I made, my ratchet ass, hood trap ass, low key goth ass documentary that I made with Ron Vugada and goddamn Candace Owens' face on it, when I also held the black community responsible when it comes down to even the music that we listen to and the frequency and vibration that's on, and that's really a vibration. I'm trying to say vibration, see, girl, frequency, see, girl, frequency. My mind be working too fast. I be telling y'all. The vibrational frequency, that's what I was going to say, of pain, of misery, of death, of destruction, and how that's literally manifesting in our lives to where you have motherfuckers dying every day. But queer people are on the docket. And then let's take it to this. Remember the meme that went around and asked, would you rather have a thug son or a queer son? And did you see what the comment said? They'd rather have a child that takes life and deletes life as opposed to a gay one that can possibly nurture life. We need to talk about the violence that's going on in the black community, because I keep seeing people with dying younger and younger and younger. I seen 2 babies in the casket and 1 in the mother. Wow. Was crying. The mother was crying, saying, I'm sorry, and I apologize to her babies. It was a black mother and her black babies talking to her black babies that are no longer with her. A year ago, a black teen was shot in the head. 14-year-old. Saw him in the casket with headphones on in the casket. Please worry about what's really going on. I got a video on my Instagram. I think I'm going to share it on my story while I'm thinking about it now. I think I still have it on there. Where it was a black woman. It was a murder that happened outside her apartment complex, and her neighbor woke their 2 sons up who have 4.0 GPAs, that are smart, that are excelling in school, woke their ass the fuck up and let them see the reality. Now, they didn't cover the body up, but woke them up and showed them the reality. The mother said, I would fucking lose my mind. They would have to scrape my ass up off this goddamn floor if that was ever you. But the gag is that sometimes, and unfortunately, it be the quote-unquote innocent ones that end up having their lives snuffed out. The motherfucker actually going to school. The motherfucker actually trying to do something in the community that gets taken out. And then when they get taken out, don't nobody challenge the motherfuckers who did it. See, a lot of these motherfuckers want to pick on the gays, girl, because they think that the gays are weak and that they'll be able to dominate them. And that day is slowly but surely coming to a fucking end. And that's what they're afraid about. Because now they're going to have to work on themselves. And baby, there is so much guilt, shame, and all that shit. That these niggas ain't ready for. But guess what? Queer people wasn't ready to deal with their bullshit. Of being ostracized and bullied and made fun of and all this shit. Black women, they didn't ask to have all that stuff happen to them. Other expressions of humanity being oppressed. Superiority over them didn't ask for that. But now the ones who were the oppressors are now understanding what it's like to be oppressed. And that's the universal law of cause and effect. That's why we're trying to have these motherfucking conversations so that it don't have to go to war. Because for the niggas that want to go to war, y'all not even prepared, equipped, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally for what comes with fucking war. Which is why there's people who would rather choose love. Because if we choose war, it's going to be motherfuckers on both sides, if we play a division game, that's going to experience loss. And how does that benefit us? It fucking doesn't. I just shared the story to my Instagram story if y'all want to. The video clip I was talking about. Y'all saw the Dalai Lama video a few weeks ago, a mess. Are you talking about the one where the boy was sucking on his tongue or something? You ain't gonna suck on my damn tongue. I don't even like niggas sucking on my tongue. What you sucking on my tongue for? I'm not even a tongue kisser. I'm trying to learn how to do that shit. The real population control is us killing us and them killing us. Exactly. We're participating in our own demise. That's why these people who are really doing it, the powers that be that are not just white, trust me, it's a small conglomerate of people that come from all different walks of life, girl, who are just solidified in their mind on one goal. That's it. They, trust me, the powers that be don't be up there fighting with each other like how we fighting with each other down here. They're banking on us continuing to contribute to the chaos. And the fact that they think that they're going to escape karma because you're quote unquote influencing or putting people against each other, guess what? You still gonna have to receive karma because of your intention. Did you forget about that? So again, nobody, doesn't matter how much money you have, whatever entity you serve, whatever demon you serve, whatever God you serve, whatever shit you serve, all human beings are going to bow to the truth. That's why self-love is important, so that when it happens, girl, you ain't got to forcefully bow, bitch. You will already be bowing because you understand what it is. It includes your ass. And shout out to Extra Smoke Dragon in the house, rocking with us on this one. I live simple, but maybe not basic. You know what? I agree with that. Maybe I have to change my shit up too. I live a very simple life. I'm very simple when it comes to me. Like, I'm not a materialistic person. I'm not a flashy person. Okay? And especially now that I'm getting older, I feel like I'm really in my chill energy. Like, I feel like I'm just ready for the universe to just bring me what is mine. And I'm in a state and flow of peace to where it's like I really enjoy people's time, effort, and energy. Things that you can't get back. So for me, it's just like, and like I said, with me being introverted and like learning how to balance being extroverted and stuff like that, I don't know. It's just some of the things that people deal with in the world. I just choose not to deal with because I feel like there's no purpose for it. There's no purpose for it. And especially when they be complaining, it be like, okay, bitch, well, since y'all feel some type of way, y'all gonna contribute to a motherfucker? Like, come on now, don't just talk about the shit. Like, bitch, be an active participant in the solution too if we gonna play this game. He said, wise cameras are affordable and quality. Okay, let me write that down. Let me actually put that in one of my tabs. Wise cameras. Security camera. Cause baby, where I live at, baby, I just want to make sure I have extra security. Cause after my ass been bullied and all that shit, baby. And one thing about being in the background, you pay attention to a lot of shit. So hell yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna let the video play, y'all, because we really supposed to talk about the video. We can do all this afterwards. So I'm gonna leave extra Smoke Dragon's comment up just so I know where we at. So, all right.
His black manhood expired. Because now we're hearing that this monstrosity called Saucy Santana had been dealing with P. Diddy. And what's the other old white man? It slips my brain.
Back it up.
That they say he had a dealing in the passing of Whitney Houston.
Ray J.
That he's been dealing with Diddy. What kind of sick mess is this? Tell me something. Tell me something.
What's up?
Well, let's say it this way. Mm-hmm. Let's take away time in the measure of time.
Okay.
Let's bring back the 60s Malcolm X. Mm-hmm. Let's bring back the 60s Muhammad Ali. Mm-hmm. Even let's bring back the 60s Martin Luther King Jr. Mm-hmm. You can throw some other names in there, and I would like to hear from you in what you say in the comment section. Mm-hmm. But let's imagine they're alive today, not in the older years that they would have been, which is pretty much up there, right, in 2023. Mm-hmm. But the time of Malcolm and Martin's passing, put him right now, mm-hmm. the both of them. And Muhammad Ali, the 60s Muhammad Ali, we know he passed in 2016. Mm-hmm. Rest his soul. But what would they say about what's going on now? And it's not just about what's going on now, as it was gradually coming into play. They would be extremely demonized more than they were back then.
You think so?
They were demonized for the civil rights with Martin Luther King, and mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Malcolm X didn't want no part of that. He wanted to separate. Mm-hmm. So he was super demonized.
And again, if you pay attention, the same energy that resided in those individuals are here today. They're here today. Let's speak about Martin Luther King, because again, in the context of Lance Scurv's "Did Black Manhood Have an Expiration Date?" he is hinting to the homosexuality, because even when you look at the actual live, I just took the thing off. And again, this is protected by the Copyright Act 1976, okay? And I also, once again, give Lance Scurv permission to use any of my commentary on my platform, on his platform, if he wants to dissect it, if he wants to. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It's public. Do what you want. But as you can see, on the left side, we have Malcolm X. He put Malcolm X big, baby, because he on that Malcolm X energy, and no tea, no shade. I kind of am too. I'm trying to keep the Malcolm and the Martin kind of balanced in me. I only become big Malcolm in self-defense. I don't do it on an offensive way. But you have Malcolm, you have Martin, and you have Muhammad Ali. Right? And you see that Lance Scurv is on their side. Right? Then we have the right side. We have, what's his name? What is his name? Clive Barker. Okay? We got Diddy. We got RuPaul. We got some fruit. Now, it's on the right side. So is this the natural fruit or is this the GMO fruit? And you have the Baphomet symbol up in the right hand corner. So again, the context of his life is in reference to queer people, right? So I'm going to assume that he's going to probably ask them, what if he can go back in time, or if this nigga smoked some real good ass motherfucking sativa weed. And I wonder how African weed is, because I want to visit Africa myself, the motherland. I want to, before I die, I want to plant my feet there, because there's something in my spirit that really wants to connect there. Okay? But if Scurv was to hit, I mean, some fire ass, I'm talking about like above 30% THC ass sativa that opens up your mind to something, and he was able to take a nap, and he kind of like, what's the term I'm looking for? Was lucid dreaming, and he was able to have a conversation with Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, and he would ask them, okay, and he was able to pull up a television screen and say, okay, look at what's happening in the world. Look what's happening in the world. Now, I hope he would ask about just where we at as far as blackness is concerned. Because if you're talking about just blackness in general, at least I know what Martin Luther King will say via the Boondocks. Is this what I got all the mass weapons for? Nah, I can understand that. But I'm going to take it in the context of queerness. Okay? What they would feel like. Well, Martin Luther King, I think he wouldn't have an issue with it, because when we look in history, he employed the help of Bayard Rustin, who was a black queer man. And there was a point in time where the Civil Rights Party was afraid of the powers that be that were opposing the civil rights movement to actually equate Martin Luther King and Bayard being lovers, and how that could have hurt the civil rights movement. So they had no choice but to let go of Bayard Rustin. But they realized that the energy that Bayard Rustin has, they realized that the way that Bayard thought, okay, and how he was able to actually organize and strategize things in such a way, which, once again, a lot of queer people have a lot of gifts and talents that are beneficial and that at times are very imperative, okay, to where Bayard was the one that was able to organize and make it responsible. And if I'm not mistaken, and correct me again if I'm wrong, hopefully somebody in the comments will let me know, because again, I'm not beyond reproach. I believe I just learned recently that it was a queer man who funded the civil rights motherfucking movement. But I guess it was because at that time, for some of them, I guess they were okay knowing their place. I guess when it comes down to the majority, it was like, it's just like religion when it comes down to queer people, especially in the black church. Come direct our choirs, come be a part of our music ministry, be our arm bearers, serve in some sort of capacity to the church. But as far as your humanity, the one thing that Christ literally wants to connect to, the one thing that Christ literally wants to experience, the one thing that God's social universe wants to know about and wants your participation in allowing it to know about you, leave that shit outside. And the days are long gone of you pimping people's energy and their gifts, and they're not profiting from it, especially when you need them to do your work. Got me fucked up in this bitch.
And we thought we had troubles and issues back then.
Oh yeah, I was talking about everybody else. I'm sorry. Malcolm X. You know what? Let me just go ahead and simplify it. I feel like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, if they were all about you bettering yourself and you weren't using other people to better yourself, but you were learning how to better yourself, I think they wouldn't have a problem with that. Now, I hope that Lance will go deeper into that context, because I guess he's believing because they were looked upon as the original idea of a man, that they wouldn't be about the queer shit. The queer shit wouldn't be that. But wasn't queer revolutionary shit happening around that time? Didn't we have a black trans woman? I think her name is Mary P. Johnson, if I'm not mistaken, who spearheaded the whole Stonewall thing, because gay people were minding their own motherfucking business, baby, and the mob and police stayed extorting them and stayed fucking with them when they were by themselves. Like, nah, fuck y'all. Y'all gonna fuck with queer people whether we are submissive or whether we are being motherfucking dominant. So at this point, I guess we both gonna be some dominant ass motherfuckers in this bitch. We have feminine tops now. Take that do it girl that is slinging the dick. Things are changing, even in the queer community. My ass, I feel like I'm a dying breed as a damn top. Because it make it seem like I'm going to have to sacrifice my booty hole just to find damn love. And I don't know if I'm ready for that. I'll be single for the rest of my goddamn life then. So it's a lot of change, and it's making everybody uncomfortable in this bitch. It's about, where do you stand? And I think Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Muhammad Ali, they would be worried about black people, making sure black people was cool and shit. They would be giving money to the community and having goddamn lunch drives and shit. They would be doing like they was doing in the black community, you know, back in the day with the Black Panthers and shit. You know, actually giving back to the community and making sure you walking kids to school and making sure that you are taking care of the neighborhood and the Blood and the Crips at that time, which were created to police their own communities and all that type of stuff, and even check black people who were doing criminal black things within the neighborhood. Like, they would be focused on that. They wouldn't be online speaking about fear-based shit, or if they did, they would use it in a way to bring black people together and actually have real ass conversations. Because unlike a lot of niggas today on motherfucking social media, back in the day, you could have different type of black people sit in the same motherfucking room and still be able to have a productive ass conversation. And them niggas was probably high when they had them, so there would be no need to, who gonna get upset when they high? Bitch, if anything, don't get mad and shit, because you gonna blow my high. Let's continue.
Not only are those same issues alive and well today in 2023, but we have it where we all have to, according to the society and the unspoken word, if we are strong in our manhood, we have to emasculate ourselves just a little bit to be accepted, or to have acceptable levels. If you're too strong in your manhood, as a straight black man, you don't even have to say anything against the rainbow people. They despise you.
Wow.
And they're being used in their craziness, getting rights because of the acts that they do. So can we have a group of people who claim to want their rights and we protest because we pick our right nostril with our right finger?
And this is what I mean by ignorant as fuck. Ignorant as fuck. See, these people don't even educate themselves on queer shit. They don't. They have privilege. They're not going to, girl. When you privilege, equality feels like an attack. So, of course, for him, he's going to sit up here and try to dumb it down by saying, oh, well, you're talking about the acts or whatever. No, it's the fact that when people find out that you're gay, what they do to you. Have we not forgotten that it was only in recent years that queer people started getting some sort of protection that we see right now is actually being revoked? to where queer people were losing their jobs because of their queerness, that queer people were denied housing because of their queerness. Hell, that people can forfeit life-giving services to people. For example, if you have a person who has a heart attack and their family calls 911 and the paramedics get there and they end up trying to figure out what's going on with this person and they find out this person is trans, during that time with the Religious Freedom Act or whatever the case may be, baby, they were able to sit here and say, oh, I can't help you. I can't. This person's having a fucking heart attack. And I'm sorry, if I'm not mistaken, the HIPAA laws mean that you're willing to protect and to save. Despite what you believe, your service is to humanity and mankind to make sure that they survive. That's the HIPAA laws, if I'm not mistaken. They can literally sit up here and disregard what the original intent of their fucking job was simply because of their religious belief. And when you actually do your research in the black community, there are videos out there right fucking now. They're kind of dated, but I'm sure there's more, where people literally documented queer-phobic behavior that seems so natural to people when it's taught to them. And you have trans women who are dying at alarming rates. And instead of being objective and seeing what actually fucking happened, because we're so fucking ignorant and we're so queer-phobic, that we sit up here and we automatically assume, oh, well, they was tricking somebody, when trans women literally put up pictures of men in their fucking inbox talking about they want them to top. See, that'd be the problem. People's quality of life are literally being tampered with based off of an experience, not based off of any fucking thing that's true, that's objective, and that's factual from a goddamn book that these motherfuckers can't even apply and manifest in their own goddamn life.
Can we have rights as a group because we scratch our ass a certain way? When does it end? Because the puppeteer behind it all hates nature. And so I've always said nature was the closest manifestation on this level that we can see to the God force, to the life force, to the creator, to the most high, whatever you want to call it. That thing that prepared this world for us naturally, with the mangoes and the watermelons and the fruits and the vegetables and all the materials we need to build structures to protect ourselves from the elements. It was like your mother or whoever raised you putting the food in your lunchbox and you open it up. You don't even have to ask. You know that lunchbox was full because it was heavy.
A bunch of GMO food in there. Of course it was going to be heavy. Big ass motherfucking apples, big ass oranges, motherfucking supersized ass steroid ass chicken and shit. Y'all had that shit too now. Come on.
And a little piece of home came with you when you were at school. Mm-hmm. When you opened up that lunchbox and you might have found an extra cookie and was surprised and said, wow, they loved me. They thought about me. They surprised me. This is what our creator did for us on this earth in the natural system. But that global demon wants to destroy everything. This is what I'm seeing. I call it a certain name, but understand, it's against nature. But it can't win. As big as this earth is. Nobody ever said, let's take a walk and walk around the planet and come home and go to sleep. No, there's no way you're going to do that. Even if you could, even if you had bridges over the oceans. This place is huge. And I've said this before. If you can freeze time, and I gave you 10 million years to investigate every situation, every household, every story, everything that's going on right now. We freeze time. People are standing there like mannequins. Everything is frozen. Guess what? 10 million years, you don't even have enough time to go around the planet and be nosy and find out everybody's situation.
Or you can simply just love yourself and follow your own flow and let the universe bring those people to you. Because when you love yourself, you open yourself up to the universe, to all different type of experiences. I don't have to know everything that's going on, but God damn it, I want to try to know as much as I can. That's the point of humanity. That's the point of life, to learn as much as you can. And that's why we over here speaking on your ass once again, or better yet, speaking on your mindset about this. Because again, it is nothing fear-based. I mean, nothing but fear-based shit. It's fear-based, all these questions. I could be answering your questions right now. CTV had an opportunity. You had them on your platform a long time ago, and you fumbled the ball on that one. And on top of that, you literally have said in your lives before that you know queer people personally who understand where you're coming from, who touch and agree with where you're coming from, and you have not yet put them on your platform. Since you're too afraid to have a conversation with the homosexuals anymore because the last one, CTV, traumatized you and your whole goddamn platform to where now you don't even want to talk to it no more because your ass was in a psychological headlock and you start dealing with guilt and shame in your own damn life, in your own viewpoints. Since you can't do it no more, bring the gay people that you know personally and have them have the conversation with us on your platform. Do that. But see, you're not going to do that. Because I believe that you really ain't got no damn gay friends that believe what you believe. Because if so, you would have been had them up there. Oh, baby, it's a lot in the comments. Damn, I don't know if I'm going to be able to read everything. Maybe I have to pause and go 10 million years down this damn comment section. But instead of you having to be in everybody's business, just allow people to be and you will see. Just be you. Just be who you are. Who you really are. Not this pseudo false sense of who you are, but who you really are. Because Lance Scurv does have a leader spirit in him. I'm not demonizing him as a person or his character. I am just consistently, okay, giving commentary and correcting Lance Scurv's fear-based ideology about queer people as a whole. And as long as you do it on a public platform, and even when I say that, trust me, I know that my time is coming where people are going to respond to my shit like I am, and I welcome it. As long as it's in a fruitful and life-giving way, because I also understand that I am a student and I will always be learning. But the shit that I do learn and apply to myself, and I know it's real for me, girl, and I connect with other motherfuckers and just know it's real for them, we gonna speak our shit. And as long as you do it publicly on a platform, BubzDaGawd will be there to check it. And I'm only checking your queer one. Now, once you start speaking about queer people and you have more context and nuance and you bring other queer people on and you start getting into the human part of it, okay, then cool. Then I'll give you your kudos when it comes down to this particular commentary. But again, when it comes down to queerness, it is fear-based.
It's huge and there's so much going on. So tell me this, as huge as it is to us, with our comprehension being what it is, we look over the seas, we look over the mountains, we look over the vast terrain that's around us. I don't care how many times or how many countries you've been to. I don't care if you've been to every country in the world, which is over 200 now, right? But within each country, there's a vast amount of things going on.
But they'll know more than you do. They may not know everything, but baby, they will know more than you do. And that's the point. You should learn from those who know more than you.
Even if you did that, you still can't be able to enjoy the flavor of every part of this earth. But that's a beautiful thing because you'll never get bored. You're always reaching. You're always seeing different cultures. different ways of living. It's a beautiful thing. I'm not against other cultures. Hell, within the Africans on the planet, we have so many cultures and ways of the color.
But you got a problem with the black gay culture here in America. So you have no problem with cultures, but you have a problem with queer culture, though. And you apply all these evil, lascivious, whatever it's called, as labels onto that community. And then struggle to actually provide the actual factuals.
And music and practices before we even go on and explore anything else that pretty much came out of us, or they got their stuff from us. But even that, and it seems like this global demon is overtaking everything. Just remember that nature was here. Nature is here. Nature will always be here.
Most definitely, yes.
So this is like what they're trying to do. It seems like they're winning, but they're not. You know why? The same time I told you to see how vast this planet is and how huge it is and how most of us will never touch down in every country or taste every cultural amenity and food. Let's flip it. Look how small the planet is when it comes to the universe. The universe that is moving in tandem with the commands of nature. So this little demon takes this little speck of dust and he's working hard to take it over in the mindset, to change around the foods, to change everything around, diametrically opposed to what nature commands. It's fighting an uphill battle. You can't win. Like Rocky's wife said in the movie, you can't win. You can't. You're too small. This is like me taking a teaspoon of sugar and dropping it in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, thinking I'm gonna sweeten up the whole ocean. You'll be swallowed up. So know that no matter what they do on this small speck of earth that appears to be huge to us in the short time that we're on this planet, it's long, but it's short at the same time, that they will never beat us. They will never win. So don't feel defeated. Don't bow down to what they want, because their commands are minuscule. Answer to nature and the God force, the creator, the most high that put you here. That's so much more vast. And if you bow down to this little thing, you're rejecting that one that put you here for the wonderful life that you're supposed to live. And if you're that much of a punk, you don't deserve to enjoy the goodness of our creator forevermore, because this is just one dimension. This is just one level. We transition into other things. This is a vast journey.
Then why are you not respecting the journeys of other queer people? Now, maybe you're talking about maybe the queer people who utilize their power and their influence to like project their pain and fear onto people. And if that's the case and that's what you're talking about, then yes, we collectively need to deal with those people, because should nobody be projecting their bullshit on the other people to make them feel bad without fact or anything, or just to do it because I have the power now and I can do this to you. For me, I'm speaking about how your fear of this thing trying to convert you to be gay and according to you perverse everything that is natural, that when you look at people who are on the ground level like me, who is openly queer and living my best life, you automatically assume that I am doing something that is degenerative, that I am doing something that is destructive, demonic, and something that is not worthy of being acknowledged or loved by the creator. Meanwhile, when you say that, I ask you to present the facts in my own life where I am doing that, and you struggle to do that. And then when I provide the facts of how queerphobia is very destructive to queer people, especially in the black community, we experience queer phobia in the house, outside the house, in the church, outside the church, on the corner store, at the barbershop, at the school, all these different places. We experience those things. And when we bring them to your attention and they involve you, there is no accountability there. This type of shit is really coming to a head. There is a breaking point that is being reached. And what pisses me off is that we spend time talking against each other and not talking to each other. I don't get any joy from making these videos like, oh yes, I told him. No. Cause I do my commentary in my life, not for Lance Scurv. The fuck? There's nothing that he's doing that's benefiting my life. But I use him as a caveat for a bigger discussion that affects all of us. And it's too, and baby, I'm trying to live my best life. Why would I sit up here and complain and complain and complain when I know that complaining is not conducive to living my best life? So if I'm saying all this stuff, I must be saying it for a reason, and we don't even sit here and try to understand what the fuck that reason is. And especially in the black community, we so fucked up in the community that we need to be talking to each other. We need to find a way to deal with our differences, resolve them now, and come together. But I guess we're gonna keep doing this then. I guess this is this the move? This must be the move then.
You gonna let this Johnny come lately weak individual, people, spirit, entity make you lose your connectedness? So we have these people called pastors and preachers who are supposed to be part of the church and the Catholic Church, and they're not spiritual.
Nope.
I mean, on a connectedness to the God force, they're punks. Because they're not going to talk against what they're supposed to talk against.
Wow.
I'll bet you if they were alive today, Muhammad Ali, Martin Luther King Jr., and Malcolm X, they would try to assassinate them over and over, of course.
Hell yeah. I mean,
but what do you think they would be speaking about?
They would be speaking about black people getting their shit together. They would actually be out there providing the resources that is needed. Because once again, if I'm not mistaken, a queer man was the most contributing benefactor to the civil rights movement financially. Because unfortunately, you need money in order to help things grow. Or you can use energy collectively. Like they would be trying to get back to that. And what do you think? What do you think they would have accomplished if they wasn't assassinated? Is there evidence of these people speaking out against women's rights and queer rights and anti-war? Maybe from the Hotep side and in the Nation of Islam side, there probably is. But these individuals, they stood as far as I'm going to manifest my best life and be who I'm supposed to be, that God, Source Universe, has called me to innately, not through the lens or perspective of what you believe, but what my spirit convicts me to do. And if anything, these three black men, they're pioneers in showing the world that no matter what you may think of me, no matter what you may believe about me, I still have the power to rise. And the fact that these individuals were rising, that's why they had to be murdered. Because if black people or oppressed groups of people get to a point to where they self-actualize and then give back to those and help them self-actualize, there is a fear from the powers that be that we would destroy them. This shit is deeper than what we think it is. And if we're going to find a way to deal with this shit and transmute this shit, we are all going to have to find a way to reconcile with each other, tap into humanity, and come together. Because if there is some sort of war coming, we are in nowhere, shape, form prepared to even survive. If we can come together during peace, how the fuck we gonna come together during war and actually make it work? Let's finish up the rest of this thing, cause I'm getting hungry. No shade.
Well, I think a man should live with a man and love a man. If a woman wants to live with a woman and be with a woman, I think it's okay, because God Allah would... No, he wouldn't say no mess like that.
How you know?
He wouldn't say no mess like that.
How you know? Because even what you're saying right now, you're speaking from an assumption. They're dead and gone, so you can't really speak for them. Well, but they might say something different. I mean, Martin Luther King had a whole homosexual on his committee board. The fuck? Even Langston Hughes, who was gay. What's the other individual? James Baldwin, who was gay. And these are people who contributed to the African American experience. Not just physically, but mentally and emotionally and spiritually.
They had too much backbone. They had too much grit. They had too much strength. They were rooted in what is right. And I'm not trying to convince anybody who wants to live wayward and do all kind of decadence and playing they doo-doo that I'm right and they're wrong. No, go right on ahead. I'm not even saying for black people to unify. Go on ahead if you want to be dumb and whatever. It's okay. I have no energy for that. I've been doing this stuff for a long time, y'all, and I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
The fact that you try to convince people and hip them to certain things. I don't know everything, but people have taught me, and we have to pass on what we know, no matter what level we're on.
Okay, then, so what is so hard for you to accept that when it comes down to somebody trying to educate you on queerness? You just said you don't know everything, but all of a sudden now you know what queerness is and what it is and all that shit. Yet you won't even allow the people to come on your platform to even quote unquote verify what it is that you believe. You automatically do it in your head. Because, again, there's fear there. F-E-A-R, false evidence appearing real. You're subscribed to it when it comes down to queerness. And the reason why you're tired is because you keep saying the same shit over and over and over, expecting a different result, and it's not yielding the different result. So now you're getting to the point in which what I said is more of the Highlander type of energy of, well, if y'all don't want to do this on the loving thing, then I guess it will be war then. Not knowing that you wouldn't have to do all these mental gymnastics and stress the rest of your hair follicles out your damn head and behind your ears and stuff, when you can actually bring the queer people onto the platform. It ain't even got to be me. Bring the gay people that you said that you know. Bring them on and talk to them about this on a public platform. If you really trying to figure it out, if you really trying to understand, if you really trying to persuade queer people to really look at themselves and evaluate and assess their queerness, on how dangerous it is for them and for those around them.
We're all professors. We're all scholars. We're all experienced in the ways of this life. We have a right to speak to the generations and even speak back and forth with our elders if they need correction.
And in this case, your elder ass need correction. God willing, when my ass get old, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be some young people that's gonna help me out. Because the next generation is supposed to be smarter than us and better than us, and things should be easier for them. That's the point of us being here. And as a black queer man who has survived his experience being a child and even now as an adult, I have something to tell you, sir. When it comes down to your commentary on queerness, it is fear-based, and it is illogical, and it is wrong, and it's okay for it to be wrong. It doesn't mean that you're dumb. It doesn't mean that you're stupid. It just means that you are choosing to face the fear of what you think you believe about queer people and actually allow yourself to deal with the reality of queer people and know that there are queer people out there that do care about community, that do care about blackness, and realize that it's not just my life that should be good. It should be the lives of other people as well, because we're a community. You care about other people in the community. And like I said, I put names on it. When I give my commentary on certain people, I put the name in the title or on the screen. I add motherfuckers. And it's crazy. The ones who say that they're right and on the right side of truth and the right side of nature, y'all are poorly representing Mother Nature ass, because y'all is like, what? Girl, y'all be having Mother Nature looking like, bitch, well, hold on now. You ain't even asked me that when you was at the house. Now you about to have me out here looking stupid?
But what would they do? And what would they say? You tell me what Muhammad Ali would say about this foolishness going on in the world. You tell me what Martin Luther King Jr. would say about the foolishness going on in this world and pushed. You tell me what Malcolm X would speak on the decadence that's being pushed.
Wow.
They would have had to assassinate them. And so many would go against them no matter how much sense and how much logic is spoken. Because sense and logic in today's world is something that has been ruled out.
Wow.
They can convince this world and the people in it to go against nature, the very nature that upholds them, that perpetuates us into the future, that keeps us healthy by the foods we eat, what our Creator gave to us. If this world and its wicked agenda could convince us to leave our wholesome house that our God gave us, then something is wrong with us. And those who turn their back on nature,
Listen to this part right here.
and the Creator, all deserve to die.
When he left it off with that, I thought to myself, okay. This shit is shifting. It's really shifting. Like, things are changing now. And I could be wrong, and I hope I am. Because ain't none of you motherfuckers proved me wrong yet. No shade, but when people say stuff like that, to me, in my head, I just start thinking that, okay, there's going to be some sort of forceful response to queer liberation. Like, now it's going to be more of a forceful thing of using fists and weapons and blood and tears and all this stuff. It's just in my head, when I hear that type of stuff, I automatically start going to, like, the scary part again that a lot of queer people are afraid to deal with when it comes to being queer. The very extreme level of fear being reached to where now those words manifest into actions, and that there are going to be queer people in the world, especially in America, who unfortunately are going to have to deal with the consequences of this fear. That there's going to be a trans person in the world who is going to get hurt and life possibly snuffed out simply for them being trans. That little gay feminine boy is not going to be jumped and made fun of at school. And when the parents try to do what is considered the right thing and get the school involved with it, the boys goddamn bullies multiply from 3 to now 9. And to Deshaun's point earlier, when he was speaking about all the murders and the deaths of young black people, that queer people are included in that too. And that if a queer person of color had their life snuffed out by the police, or their life snuffed out in general, that the comment sections underneath would literally justify the same sentiments and thoughts of Lance Scurv and those who think like him. One less faggot, one less dyke, one less tranny, one less. That these people will only value you when they can benefit from you but do not give to you. That same mindset that Lance Scurv is talking about is the same mindset of the same people that his ass is speaking about when it comes down to the decadence. The fact of these people will take and take and take and take and take and take and take until there's nothing left to take, and will even take that and it would never give. That there's no balance. Lance Scurv, in your commentary, there's no balance. Mother Nature not even involved in your goddamn consciousness, because you're looking at one side of Mother Nature. And why would Mother Nature allow my ass to walk upon her back if I've given her such hell? I mean, wouldn't she just take my ass out? Wouldn't all queer people be annihilated from this earth if we were such destructive ass people? Or I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that. In the words of CTV Girl, we are in the end games here. It is the end games. I literally be sitting here every day trying to figure out ways and how I can connect with humanity and even get out of my comfort zone with other people and get to know them. And even though you have Lance Scurvs in the world, and there's a lot of them, unfortunately, as far as the ignorant mindset when it comes to queerness, I am reminded, though, that there are people in the world who do understand humanity, who actually practice Christ energy or love energy. They judge people by the content of their character and not based off of a fucking label. They actually study to show themselves approved. They actually put themselves in circumstances and situations to understand more deeply. For example, shout out to, once again, Timothy Keurig with The Cross in the Closet. I have the entire read through on my page. It's a little ratchet, but it's me. Who started off as a very staunch conservative Republican, where on the list of sins, baby, homosexual was number one, to where, baby, if he could convert a homosexual, baby, he gets a check plus on his I'm going to heaven card, girl. And the universe allowed queer people to educate his ass and to humble his ass and his ego, where he ended up doing an experiment. One thing a lot of you niggas wouldn't do. to live his life as a gay man for 1 year. Now, he did not have sex. He did not. But he put himself in homosexual environments around queer people, listening to their stories. And the first half of the experiment was him learning how to humanize queer people. And then the other half of his experiment was him dealing with his own guilt and shame about the hurt and pain and damage he caused queer people unbeknownst to him, and to be better from it. You say you're about community. We're going to see we're going to see where you stand when it comes to the community of humanity, because humanity is very inclusive and very different. And yes, you're going to have to use time, effort, and energy to get to know these people, because that's what happens when it's really subscribed to the universal law. It's give and take. Give and take. And I love the fact that my ass is in my philosophical era, girl. Because if it's one thing motherfuckers remember, they remember motherfuckers who actually think outside the box. That's where the change comes into play. That's where the curveball comes into play. The powers that be are expecting us to continue to do what's happening now. To misunderstand. Well, I don't misunderstand anything. I understand it's fear. I just want to be able to have a conversation with y'all to confirm what it is. That's all. And then try to find a way to work through that. But they're banking on us to keep doing this back and forth with each other while they get to do what they do behind the scenes that fuck all of us up. You even said you have moments of clarity in your commentary when it comes down to this, as far as the GMO food and, just the fact of having power and domain over other people and to profit from it. You're absolutely right on that part. I'm with you on that. But to then include queerness into it, like, are there people who have, for example, Jag Ryle right with her crazy ass. A broken clock can be right twice a day, right? She shared this story, allegedly, about P. Diddy and how P. Diddy was able to get Christopher Williams, okay? Sit your $5 ass down for our McChange. Pretty motherfucker made him get on his knees and service him with fellatio. He got caught by one of his interns. The next day, the intern came in and Diddy called the intern into the office and told the intern, I'm glad that you saw me make this motherfucker suck my dick, because if I can make a man suck my dick for money or an opportunity, it shows how much fucking power I have. I agree with her expression of that. And if you're looking at it in that way, if you have people in power who are using power to make people or force people or put people in positions to do things that they wouldn't naturally or normally do in order to have control over them, then yes, that is wrong. And if we're going to play that game, it's not just queer people that do it. It's heterosexual people that do it as well. How many girls are coming to the forefront now who have been on the casting couch, who had to sob on some knob like corn on the cob, bitch, check in with me and do your job, to get this job, to get this opportunity, who are now speaking and having the backbone and speaking out against it, because these men are powerful. They'll cancel your career, and they're so powerful they may cancel your life. Time is out for y'all speaking misinformation without bringing in the facts. And queer people have facts. The reason why y'all tired is because y'all fear-based lies and ignorant ideologies can only go so far. That's why as now there are undertones of manifesting from verbal to physical. And that's why I tell queer people to protect yourselves, because queer people unfortunately understand where we're going. There are laws literally being put in place now to literally revoke inclusion and awareness to where now we can sit up here and publicly discriminate against these people again. And hell, don't just discriminate against them verbally. Put your hands on them. See, I can understand Scurv's fear if there were videos, insurmountable amount of videos of queer people literally having sex in front of schools, churches, cathedrals, weddings, bar mitzvahs, all that type of shit. But it's the fact that if a feminine man comes into a barber shop, he is automatically assumed to be gay, and we don't even know that because I have a bro that is feminine as hell, who is a heterosexual man. It's to the point to where when niggas have on tight shit or the color pink, that they're gay. You literally have men now who are afraid to wipe their own ass because it's considered gay. You talking about playing in doo-doo and shit. Dumb niggas be playing in motherfucking doo-doo shit.
Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Bullshit. Let me read y'all comments and then I'm done. Cause I can talk about this shit all night because at the end of the day, y'all, the reason why we keep winning is because y'all keep losing. Let me see. Drag done did it. Oh wow, fine for movies, but not real life. That's understandable. Look, there's some people out there who drag queens gotta do it. Music hasn't said to love in a healthy way, maybe ever. Garbage in, garbage out. What goes in your ear, despite our best effort, shapes us. Yeah. Right. There was that security guard that shot that black homeless trans man at Walgreens on camera, and the DA ain't even pressing charges. But yet. Now in this video, was this homeless trans man in a bathroom being a predator? You know, like they say that trans people are, that they're just predators. And I mean, it's on the Walgreens on camera. Because once again, one less queer person. There's no war. We are less than 50% of the population. And own no tanks. You Negroes don't got night vision. Now, I do believe that black people do have some power. That's why I said black people need to get back to their African heritage. I want to learn all about mysticism. I want to delve deeper into that. I want to learn about voodoo, hoodoo. I want to learn about the ancestors. I want to get into that shit because that's the real power. That was our connection to nature. I want to be connected to nature in that way again, not in the way of the West, through just technology, but through actual nature, through the earth, to walk the grass with my shoes off, to commune with nature. I have a calling for nature, to want to be around it. That's why I'm being outside a lot more, smoking my weed, sitting outside thinking, because nature helps you to find balance and alignment to where you start thinking about things. Hell, there'll be times where I have problems and issues. I go outside, smoke my damn joint, and motherfucking look at the trees and listen to music for a little bit, and all of a sudden ideas start coming to me like. And don't worry, because God willing, the financial freedom that I'm manifesting in my life, I'm going to create content. I'm going to create music, film projects, all that type of stuff that literally is going to help black people tap into more of their spirituality. And some people might see it as evil and demonic, and that's okay. Those are hoes that don't got no power, afraid of the ones who do. That's all. But there are ways that we can tap into humanity and even manifest justice. "40 will come, it settles ya." Yeah, I'm gonna be 32 next month. I'm already growing, like I feel like I'm maturing in my head and stuff. Oh yeah, I had to rephrase the comment about the heterosexuals that despise gays. I'm talking about like they talk so much about the LGBT, they don't know who they're dating. That's from the LGBT. Ooh, true, yeah. But at the same time, complain and get mad when their spouse be dipping and dabbing. Okay, come on, dipping and tipping and dipping. Okay, what West name say? That vibe will never leave you, nor forsake you. So, what is it? Do you want to know if they're gay, or you don't want to know if they're gay? What do you think about this bill where Asian people can't buy property down in Florida? Of course, again, that's the thing. Like, in the words of Beyonce, America, we have a problem. Israel has fireweed. They have the largest and longest research facility that I know of. Oh shit, come on, Israel. I'm about to go over to Israel. Baby. I wouldn't mind going over there, motherfucker. Bitch, roll it up. Afghani strands are land race. Rich. Ooh, baby. Well, I'm gay, so I don't know if they fuck with the gay shit over in Israel, but I'm gonna see if I have somebody smuggle some shit, girl. I might have to be friends with a goddamn drug lord or something, baby. Can you smuggle some weed from Israel? I pay you. Christians that don't read the Bible are faulty as fuck. It's a life's work. Exactly. You have people who have memorized certain scriptures to empower them, but they haven't read the entire Bible. Because if it was, they would understand that Christ, Jesus, okay, was saying that we will go forth and do far greater works than him. That Jesus is not the only one, but just one of the ones, because Christ saw us as brother and sister within its love frequency, which means that whatever Christ could do, we can do it as well. I mean, hell, when Peter ass walked on water, it wasn't Christ by itself. Peter had to tap into that energy. And no shade, there are scriptures that I have found out that I've never heard in my church history. I'm like, where did this scripture come from? Why my pastor ain't never did this? Because now religion is a business. Even T.D. Jakes said that religion is a business. They're pimping you using your emotions. And they're not even giving you, and they're telling you they're the only ones that can hear from God. You're so disgusting and dirty and nasty that only I can stand in the way between you and God. You're not teaching them how to have their own relationship. That sounds like extorting them. So love yourself. Just love yourself, please. Please, above all things, love yourself. Loving God is to love you, because God already loves you. So do your part to love yourself. And when you do, you will start to love other people. A lifetime in a pew won't get you through one chapter of the Bible, okay? That's true. See, what I don't understand is a lot of people are focusing on what other people do. People aren't even trying to focus on the weather that's going on. Why are we having a weather flip right now? I mean, we're having cold weather up here right now, where I met no one bats an eyes on what's going on. It's supposed to be warm up here. May is almost gone. There's tornadoes that's in those third world countries that shouldn't be sparing tornadoes. That's true. That's true. I mean, people, the HARP machine, all type of shit. But that's what I'm saying. I feel like we need to get back to our original heritage, because, bitch, like, for example, the Native Americans, baby, they knew how to dance around a circle and use the frequency and call down the rain. Like, we're sleeping on ourselves. Human beings are sleeping on themselves. We're giving all our power to people outside of us, to AI, to technology. These things are supposed to enhance our life, not do life for us. And we have to get back to that. And there is a world, there is a consciousness that is growing, especially here in the West, thank God, that are trying to get back to that. This is the information age, where whatever you want to know, it is there. And the only way you will know if it's true or not is to apply it. People just take it at face value. No, bitch, live it. See if it's true. They were having hailstones the size of basketballs. Damn, down in France, Spain, Australia, a little bit of hail in the UK every single time. That's weird to me. No one wants to talk about weather engineer. That is true. I believe in that too. Look, I have a conspiracy theorist side. Now, my dad, he really into conspiracy theories. He be telling me all type of shit. I'd be like, damn, this whole family awakening. Thank God. No one wants to talk about weather engineering. No one wants to talk about that. Okay, we'll just leave it like that. No one wants to talk about cloud seeding. No one wants to talk about NextRad, I believe. Even the whole CERN thing, the whole CERN, little circular portal thing. Like, there are things that be happening, and and that's why those things manifest, because they have to happen in plain sight. They have to happen in plain sight. That's the only way to manifest it. There has to be in a reality somewhere, and they're banking on people being dumb and being ignorant to things, because people are going to give their energy and their attention to things, and that's how you manifest it. Which is why we have to be vigilant, we have to be awake, and we have to be aware, and we have to question things. Like, I'm not mad at Lance Scurv and everybody questioning things, but why are you still asking the same questions that has already been debunked? And then you don't bring anything to prove why it shouldn't be debunked. It's a lot of shit that we need to talk about. I mean, even chicken don't taste the same no more, bitch. I'd be a little bit apprehensive eating chicken. I'm gonna make some tonight. But even chicken don't taste the same. I'm like, girl, what the fuck going on? Hot Cheetos, $1.25, bitch. I'm mad as hell. No one wants to talk about HAARP and how they were punching holes in the sky to make their own high pressure system to change the atmosphere to a troposphere in the earth. They can also change the jet streams if they want to. No one bats an eye. How about mind control if they really wanted to? Sonic waves affects women when they're in pain and don't know why. I can go deep, but people just want to talk about sexuality, which is a distraction. That is true. That is true. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's people who literally are saying, okay, what is all the hoopla about? What is all the fear about? But we also have to understand, why do people continue to subscribe to the fear? It's one thing to be afraid because you simply don't know. But once you have been provided with the facts, once you have been provided with proof and truth, why are we so afraid to actually accept the truth? Even with me, when I went through my ego death, I had to accept the truth. And at that time, one of my distractions was relationships. And I fell in love with somebody who the universe placed in my life to be a mirror of me. I was establishing trauma bonds with people, trying to heal them. And if I heal them, then maybe they'll love me. And I kept going through that and going through that and going through that. And then I met my spiritual teacher at the time. And then I thought I was doing right because things were happening in my life to make me feel better and good. And I attracted this nigga. And I finally started having sex again. And it made me even dive even deeper. Come to find out that it wasn't going to work, because the universe said that in order for me to manifest what is mine, I have to love me first. And I didn't want to. It was too much. It was too hard. Why do that when I can love bomb someone outside of me to do it? And when I went through my ego death, I had to die unto myself. I had to let go of the false side, and it hurt so much because my identity was wrapped up in it. To where I literally was going through the stages of grief. But it reminded me that in life, we're going to always go through those things, because those things happen to us to keep us balanced. We sit here and judge other people until we're in their shoes, which we will be one day. But it's like, if we focus on that and the humanity, then we'll be able to look at the other things, like the jet streams and like the HAARP machine, and how even here in Detroit, I was watching, it's a documentary I asked that y'all please watch. And I think I even have like a little commentary that I gave, not over it, but just my thoughts on it in the archives of my YouTube channel, from this documentary entitled Fahrenheit 11/9, and how there are I don't know if it's private militia or whatever the case may be, or just law enforcement whatsoever, they're now conducting, okay, different type of scenarios to prepare them for urban warfare. Urban warfare. When you think of urban, you think of what? Black, Mexican, oppressed areas. To where even sometimes, like around 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning here, I be hearing loud, distant, doom, 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 boom. I be like, damn, bitch, what the hell going on, girl? And I remember back in the day during the late 2000s, like 2007 to like 2013, 14, the whole Illuminati thing came out, to where people were talking about the Walmart FEMA camps and all these different type of military vehicles being delivered to different areas within the United States and all this other type of stuff. It's just like, and then you see this stuff happen. That's why I'm also going to make sure that I live my best life, because regardless of what's going to happen to all of us, I'm going to make sure that I do enjoy myself, but in the most healthiest way that I can, that also involves other people. Because I understand that death is something that we're all going to have to face, but I'm learning how to face death now within myself so that I can live still. That despite all of these things that's happening to queer people and black people, that I'm still going to fight for my freedom. Just like the slaves did on the slave plantation. There were some who fought for their freedom. Did some die? Unfortunately, yes. But there were also some who lived. And I'm hoping and praying that I'll be the ones that live. But even if I don't live, at least I was able to dictate my life on my rules, because it's my life. And I'm going to learn some hoodoo voodoo shit, no shade, to protect me. I ain't going to never do no shit to put it out on nobody. I'll let the universe handle that. I'll let karma handle that. But as far as me, I'm going to use it to enhance my life. We're not even getting any rain over here that much anymore. Any precipitation that much in the Northeast like that. Something is going on, like I said. You are true. I mean, you are right. You're true. Should have been doing research since 2008 about weather control, and it's a serious issue. People need to start talking about that as well, and stop being afraid. They're not afraid. We're not talking about gay people and how they want to stop them from being who they are. So why they talk about weather control? Right. But if he understands what queer people are coming from, he needs to do research about queer people in their life struggle, so he can really understand the guy you was talking about you played. I told Lance to drop the link. I ain't got to talk to him. I can talk to any of the other people on your platform. Bring the people up from your comment section on the platform. Let's talk to them. There's so much to talk about, but people like to use talking points that's not as relevant to the conversation, knowing that we have bigger problems in this world, like the people that have a lot of money, right, that's hidden in the secret buildings, that is planning our demise, trying to put stupid shit on the media to make it seem like one group is doing one thing, knowing that they're the problem. That's how they throw you off their scent. I said it earlier. Yep. There is a conglomerate of people who are all white, black, Puerto Rican, gay, straight, bi, trans, all type of expressions of humanity, who are just, they have their mindset on one idea. Is we're going to get rid of all the undesirables. Meaning us. Their God is money. Their God is power. It's a hyper one, a very extreme one, but it's their God. Which is why they spend what they worship so much money on it, to keep you distracted from your own power. Not realizing how much power we have as a collective, or matter of fact, they do, which is why they spend so much money to make sure that they in everybody's business, like Lance said, to see what y'all doing, what y'all niggas doing. And little do they know, they are the ones that are delaying their karmatic debt, But all it's going to do is just get them in another way. Because it may not get you in this life, but it will get you in another lifetime. The universe never forgets about the whole giving and taking, giving and taking. That's why the balance is to give and to take, to give and to take, to give and to take. That's how you keep the balance. Even with me, there was a point in time where I gave and gave and gave and gave and gave and gave, and that became destructive to me because I didn't know how to receive. Now I'm learning how to receive. Now I'm learning healthy boundaries. And I feel like there's a way for all of us to do this that is universal. Like, there is a universal key. There is something that is universal that we can tap in. And a part of me is just learning how to love myself so that I can manifest my puzzle piece to help manifest that. And if that means I'm on my YouTube talking to 3-4 motherfuckers, bitch, and they talking to me, and we on live for 6, 7, 8 hours, bitch, at least I'm up here trying to figure shit out. Motherfuckers be so scared to have a conversation to really figure shit out, whether you're right or you're wrong. This is about the community, right? Okay, then, so let's really work on that. But also understand that I am a part of the community. And there are people like me who have not even grown up yet, who deserve to have a better experience than the one that I had. Hey, B, question. Do you think black people and queer black people are going through the same struggles? Yes. As far as oppression, yes. Yes. Now, the oppression might be different as far as the expression of it, but energetically it's still the same as far as oppression. And here's one thing that I want black people to understand, and I think this is the part where a lot of us really have a tough time swallowing that pill. Black people, we do not own the patent on discrimination. Are we one of the most discriminated people on this earth? Probably in America, yes. But I guarantee you in other places in the world, there are other people who share the same struggle as black people. Oppression, being cut out of the possibilities of manifesting a good life. Being told that because you're this and you're that, you're lesser than, a superiority complex. But what happens, like for example, with racism and white supremacy over blackness, instead of us learning to heal ourselves and to love ourselves through the past experiences, because we're not responsible for what people do to us, but we're responsible about how we deal with the cleanup. And instead of doing that and healing, we're now imploding onto each other to where you have a lot of heterosexual cis and even some queer black people oppressing other queer black people. And even in the queer community, you have masculine presenting men discriminating against feminine men. No fats, no films. You have gay men literally discriminating against trans women discriminating against non-gender conforming people or intersex people. Like, there's a lot of fear, a lot of hatred there, because it's like people are working so hard to be affirmed and to be accepted, to where it's like when somebody comes along and does something quote unquote that's bad, oh, you taking us back all these years. That's why I be telling y'all need to smoke some damn weed. Because all this shit is literally like the Matrix. It's like literally awakening in the Matrix. Trying to survive in the Matrix. Being told that we're less than, when in all actuality we're very important to the powers that be. If they cannot survive or thrive without us, they need something to stand on. I'm just trying to figure out a way to help us all stand the hell up, because we are the people. Ignorance kills. Jesus' blood good and all. He leaves no instructions to kill or harm them. I mean, even with religion, a lot of people believe, you know, I guess when Christ died, there was a blind spot. There was a spot he missed. He missed that spot. Allegedly. Because here my gay ass believing that Jesus' blood was good is good. It covered everything. And when you operate in love, you don't even want to hurt other people intentionally. Because you're better for it. David and his progeny were highly favored. He loved a man as a woman. And a lot of people feel like, oh, well, that's his best friend. That's his best friend. Oh, no. See, when you are spiritual, and even I'm learning this, you start to remove certain barriers from yourself when it comes down to the acts of love with people. And I have my insecurities, most definitely I do. We all do. But it's about learning how to deal with them. So when you love yourself, you remove things from yourself to where David and his progeny could be cool like that. Even if it was sexual, I don't know. We can't call them up and ask them. I truly think gangs fall into queer energy as they put a man before their women. Just my bros over hoes. That's interesting. That's interesting. You see these hood niggas with no shirts on, pants sagging, ass jiggling around each other. That's the shit I don't like. Bros over hoes. That sound like some queer shit. And when I grew up in high school, a lot of them niggas did queer shit too, but they did it in a way to mock it. Like in high school, the basketball team was majority black. They be running around grabbing each other's dicks and shit, slap each other's ass and shit, be twerking in the locker room and shit. And we see this today. How many motherfucking videos have we seen of heterosexual men in heterosexual environments like the locker room and stuff like that, and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo and do all type of gay shit? It's just that they weren't for real. At least some of them say they weren't for real. Diddy is a weirdo. I don't even find Diddy attractive. Was interesting to really show his sexual X through money, even though he doesn't want to show his true sexuality. And there are some people, and I heard somebody say, a wise mystic saying it's true, when you end up having money and power and you have all this shit being thrown at you, sometimes people get bored with that. Imagine women throwing pussy at you all the time. Just everywhere you go, just pussy. At first it's gonna be nice, it's gonna be cool, but too much of anything is not good for you. So I don't know, maybe some of the people be like, hey, let me explore and see what's going on over here. I don't know. I'm not Diddy. Dubai light. That's immature and your ass thing. Come on now. Look, these dudes are gonna do what they're gonna do, and you can't make them straight. They're gonna sneak, trust me. Anyway, they're gonna get it one way or another. And that's the thing about too, I think again we're very ignorant about sex, because when it comes down to busting a nut, a lot of people will bust nuts, and this is not no new phenomenon. How many wars have been started because of busting nuts? How many marriages have been destroyed because of nut busting? That's why I say love yourself so you know who you are. You already have your own individual, unique fingerprint. Why not honor that? Everybody not going to be the same. And God, source universe above all things, regardless of what you believe, want to believe, bitch, it honors all expressions. And let's be real, even the evil ones. Because again, it's God experiencing itself. But all I'm saying is, if it's evil, call out the true objective evil factually. Where are the statistics? Where are the documents? Where are the articles? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they for black people to put LGBT at the top of the list of things that need to be dealt with now? There are schools that teach you how to preach. We can all read now. All right, thanks like Extra Smoke Dragon. Shout out to you. Don't forget about them dry humping on each other back in 2007 and 8 and 9. Hell yeah. Them boys be humping on each other back in 2007, 8 and 9. I'm telling you, they were freaking and humping and stuff. There was a dude named Andrew Martin. He was freaky. He was a freaky troll. What? He be saying the most craziest, freakiest things by watching what these boys be doing. Freaky stuff, saying he want to stem their hole and all that stuff, and he be arguing with them too. What? Now, as far as the play, like I said in my other live, you know, motherfucker played house. We have all played house before. We all have played house before. Because again, we think children are innocent. Children are exploring and learning the world. When I have my kids, I'm going to try to be, how can I say this? I don't want my kids indoctrinated in fear. So I'm going to teach my children about the world, but also, you know, complete the circle of education by teaching them how to love themselves in the midst of other people believing what they want to believe about you or just how people show up. To be better than me. And I'm going to have to learn when I'm a parent to not live vicariously through my children, because my children are still their own unique individual human being. Andrew Martin will be turned on and he be saying freaky things to him too. Wow, arguing with these dudes. He be saying shut up before you what? And they be saying you gay. He be saying no, I ain't gay. But here's the thing though. A lot of times, even when we deal with history and prisoners of war, there were men that sexually assaulted other men, not because they were in love with them or they were naturally attracted to them. It was simply because I am going to dominate you. I'm going to conquer you. I'm going to do something to you against your will. And even if you were to share this experience, no one would help you. Everyone will call you less of a man. Everyone will call you gay. And the only way, okay, to get your motherfucking masculinity card back is to kill the motherfucker who did this to you. Even the way that Scurv speaks about queer sex is in a very abrasive, just straight up rapey, just animalistic, brutal, just against the will type of sex. And it's like, okay, the sex you think queer people are having and the sex that queer people are actually having are two entirely different sexual experiences here, sir. See, once again, he's speaking from what he thinks or what he believes or what's been told to him, but he's not even speaking actual factuals. I mean, he just be saying the most outlandish things. I'll be laughing down on my chair. Now, I do watch Alexis K. Tyler. I love her. She be saying the most crazy, outlandish shit, but her shit makes sense, though. So, there was a black dude that was doing mooning. Andrew Martin just got turned on. He was like, the thing he would do to that booty. He'll be going crazy like a cowboy. He'll be saying, what? And this was back in 2014. Like, that's when the freaky shit be going on. I'm just laughing. Send me that. Because I'm interested. What the hell is going on? Who's this person saying all this shit? Is Andrew Martin the booty bandit? The nigga that was snatching up booties in prison? Now, I can understand being afraid of that. Because damn it, I'm a top. I'm a boy Damon. That's not what we do. Okay? But y'all, I'm just trying to do my part to figure out how are we going to get past this? How can we as black people learn to love each other more? because we're going to have to find a way to talk to each other. And if that means we have to do a part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, all the way to part 22, we're going to have to sit the fuck down somewhere collectively and figure out how do we go, where do we go from here? I don't know where the hell we going, but I know we've gotten far as our love for ourselves, because at least for me, this is the first time, at least in history, American history, that black people are attacking each other at alarming rates, where you have black people, you talking about gays and shit, and not contributing to the population growth. You have men out, you have black children out here now who have knives and guns and all this shit, and they're murking each other in the streets, girl, to where people are dying at younger ages. Go on YouTube and type in rappers that have died 2023 and look at their fucking ages. I be watching these goddamn hood coverage channels where people be pulling up the death sites and where they was shot at up on Google image and shit. Every time you turn on the motherfucking news. 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, breaking news. Somebody just got murked. Somebody just got stabbed. Somebody just got shot. Every day we wake up, somebody then went off the deep end and went, shot up a school, shot up a shopping mall, shot up this shit, just shot up. People's mental and emotional states are breaking. All because we don't know how to honor other people's experiences, or because we're afraid to handle the true objective truth, or because we feel like we're not worthy of love and of better. That we would kill our wounded soldiers as opposed to actually heal them and help them heal. You literally just heard Lance Scurv say at the end that those who are not on the side of nature of what he believes deserves to die. And I understand what the undertone of that meant. That undertone meant, I'm tired of arguing with these fags. I'm tired of arguing with these alphabet ass people. I'm tired of it. At this point, we gonna have to do something. We're gonna have to be physical. We're gonna have to take it back by force. And all I'm going to say is, if you're going to take it back by force, why don't you start with the white people first? Y'all trying to take it out on the people you deem to be weak. Since you're so strong, since you honor manhood the way that Mother Nature honors it, since y'all black Captain Planet in this bitch, since y'all are Meteor Man, I think I might watch that movie tonight. Hey Siri, set a reminder to watch the movie The Meteor Man. Thank you. See, technology is supposed to help enhance your life, not take control of your life. But since y'all are all that, go take your nation back. Go take your country back. Go take your women back. All the things that the enemy has stolen from you, that you say is stealing from you, go take it back. What are you waiting for? Don't sit up here. If you're going to be violent to the one that's oppressing all of us. Wouldn't that be the wisest thing to do? But a lot of these men are not. They're going to take it out on us. They take it out on women. They take it out on queer people. And this is coming from people who are inside the black community, who are speaking about their experiences with other black people. And then, because we don't deal with our own black shit, white people now feel like they have a loophole to disregard racism, because it's like, well, you niggers aren't, you're not taking care of your own stuff. So, I mean, how do you expect us to respect you when you don't even respect your own people? Like, what? And that's why they want us to be confused, because if black people started respecting each other, girl, now we can focus our view, girl. Now all the little nigga dolls on the painting, okay, from Tales from the Hood, girl. Now instead of just one goddamn toy doll, now it's 5, now it's 12, girl. And at this point, we trying to get Big Mama off the motherfucking picture, because when she get off the picture, baby, it's gonna be nigga central. And the way that I speak on my commentary, I'm speaking about actual community. I ain't trying to exclude nobody, because at this damn point, we all have a job to do. At this point, we all have a responsibility and accountability when it comes to the advancement of blackness. But I'm black and gay. And that is something that I'm not going to be apologetic for. It is a part of my experience. Oh, girl. Hold on. Okay. So what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Are we gonna try to figure out a way to rectify the situation, to work on reconciliation, and actually develop a healthy monolithic viewpoint of blackness that is so universal that is crazy, but in a good way? Or we can just keep manifesting what the oppressor wants us to do and hopefully reach the breaking point. Because queer people are going to be who they are, whether you like them or not. And you trying to force queer people back into the closet is not going to happen. Because when I tell you that the playing field is leveled, baby, the playing field is leveled. The same weapons that you have at your disposal, queer people have at their disposal too. The same prayers that you know, queer people know the same prayers too. Whatever you own, queer people are on. So I hope we can be on the good foot and not the bad one. But in the words of the great T.S. Madison, by way of the Bible, girl, when you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. So again, Lance, and for those who have the fear-based ideology about queer people, collectively, okay, in a generalized way, every time that you upload a video onto YouTube that speaks about queer people and is not in a way, I'm not saying you have to agree with everything that queer people are saying. All we're saying is just speak on what's factually true, not based off of what you think, but what's actually true. Which means that you have to understand and see the other side as well to rightfully discern what's going on. You need both sides of the puzzle. You need both sides of the coin to see what's going on. And then you make a proper assessment. That's what you do when you do it properly. That's why queer people have the facts that they do, because again, your perspective, we've already lived your perspective. We've already lived the labels. We've already lived the discrimination, and we're still living it. You know, it's the same thing when black people have all the receipts when it comes down to how racism is real, despite white people wanting to choose to believe that it's not real because of their pride and their ego. It's the same thing. But see, what we need to do that the white community or the oppressors are afraid to do is actually learn. Learn. Learn, heal. The powers that be don't want to heal. They've already went down the deep end. And to be honest, I still believe that even if you go down to the deep end, no matter where you at, there is always redemption. But some people are under the illusion that there isn't any redemption, because some people have done so much bad shit that they believe and subscribe to the fact that I can't be saved. But the power of love is amazing. And not just when you talk about it, but when you actually apply it. So anyway, y'all, I thank y'all for rocking with me on this live. Again, I was not expecting to do a live, at least on Scurv tonight. But, I mean, I remain vigilant, and I honor my promises. I'm learning to be more of a man of my word every day. Is there still room for growth and evolution? Of course. Well, bitch, I also accept where I am now. And I don't know, maybe one day I will have a conversation with Lance, and I would really want it to be a conversation. Like, where did your ideas about queer people come from? He shared a story about his father telling him about Christopher Street. Can we talk more about that? Because I know that Lance has questions. And one thing I've noticed too is that when there's people who are curious to try to understand the other side and to see and to really walk in their Christ energy and say, well, let me see for myself. Whenever they do, their own community ostracizes them and demonizes them. Look at what happened with Black Men Unfiltered. When they invited queer people over to their platform, they literally got a whole bunch of messages, DMs saying, why are you allowing these fags on here? And on top of that, why are you taking it so easy on them? We have to let them know. To the point to where they had to create another live and to express how we are. Even those individuals like Mandrell, shout out to him, and Mr. Bennett, all these other individuals who were trying to extend an olive branch to queer people to try to understand them, they were ostracized by their own people and then put on display to be like, oh, well, I'm against it, like to publicly apologize. Kind of like in the church, when you quote unquote sin, that you got to go in front of the entire congregation. Oh, I sin and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, then, bitch, well, if you're going to play the sin game, all you hoes need to come on up. This is going to be a sin service, girl. Everybody going to get up and say their shit. But I don't know. I'm just going to do my part because that's all I can do. So with that being said, thank y'all so much for rocking with me on this live. Shout out to Deshaun. Okay. Deshaun was active in the comment section. Shout out to Extra Smoke Dragon for coming through. I appreciate it. You know, anybody with the smoke is good with me. Shout out to King Aries. Shout out to Lala. Where's she at? Shout out to Lala. Let me see. Shout out to Queen Spicy as always. Shout out to Boy Crazy. Shout out to you for coming in. And thank you for sharing your thoughts as well. Let me see. Shout out to Ron. We finally got a face picture. Shout out to Ron. All right, Ron. Let me see. Shout out to King Anubis. Shout out to Spiller Boy came into the live. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure I get everybody. Shout out to Queen Amber. I think that was it. Yeah. Shout out to everybody who came through on the live. Shout out to those who are going to listen to the replay. Shout out to those in the bushes watching. And shout out to you, Lance, because I know your ass watched. So shout out to you. You know. Just drop the link. Just drop the link one time. Just do it for the culture. Do it one time for the one time. Okay. Just do that. Just drop the link. Set the live up. We can hype this motherfucker up. Do that. And make sure in advance. I'll make sure I re-up on my weed, and we can sit down and have a conversation. It don't even have to be an audio thing. It could be straight up. Visual. It can be straight up audio, straight up podcast. We can do that. That's fine. Me and you talk. That's cool. And it could be one time. I'm not profiting anything from your platform because, once again, my commentary has not brought in subscribers off of you. I don't get views off of you, and I damn sure ain't making no money off of you. So it's not about using you for clout or to ascend on a platform, because the universe is going to ascend me regardless. I'm learning to love myself. The fuck? I ain't got to work hard to get what I want. I'm going to sit up here and ease in the flow of least resistance and allow it to come to me. But until then, I'll just take your commentary, just take what you say and just expound upon it. Not for you, but for those who are going to listen to it, and those in the future who are going to come back and listen to this, to help them better themselves. And one day, maybe reconciliation will happen, and we can actually start manifesting humanity. But I'm just going to bet all my chips on the hope part, because so many have done that before me. And I'm going to make sure that their deaths and their experiences and their blood, sweat, and tears are not in vain. Black, gay, and everything in between. Thank y'all so much for watching. And until next time, everybody. Peace.
Love never dies, just choose to be born again.
Bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.